infrastructure, health, housing, agriculture, and agribusiness. Our engagement in these thrust areas will go a long way towards supporting the Gati Shakti Abhiyan announced on the historical occasion of 75th Independence Day, marked as the beginning of Amrit Mahotsav of the Independence.
PhD with its wings spread across 17 states through local chapters, hopes to help the unicorns of tomorrow grow wings and help them take the first flight. Phd Cci takes pride in its continuous dialogue with the government as well.
Phd Cci continuously contributes towards structural improvement in export and logistics infrastructure, supply chain management and value chains of MSMEs and startups, and simplification of various export incentive schemes with the aim to push the growth trajectory of exports to the next level. Enhancing India's export competitiveness along with catalyzing diversification of export markets have been priorities for us during the ongoing Amrit Mahotsav. The Chamber has been a thought leader and more than 40% of the representations sent by the Chamber have been accepted by the government.
Thanks to the massive infusion of funds announced by our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, rupees 30 lakh crores under the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan for various segments of the economy and rupees 100 lakh crores for infrastructure Gati Shakti Master Plan.
The Phd Cci has organized more than 600 national and international events and conferences in virtual, physical as well as hybrid modes. Some of the flagship events organized by PhD Chambers includes Post-Budget Interactive Session on Implications of Union Budget 2022-23.
If India shall be the fastest growing economy among the large economies, I'm sure it'll also be because you have come forward.
Second International Conference on Defence and Security in association with the Ministry of MSME Government of India. Ecom Trust Summit with the theme Product, Trust and Consumer Safety in E-Commerce.
मेरा देश ऐसे ही विश्वगुरु नहीं बोला जाता रहा। मेरा देश सोने की चिड़िया था और आज भी है और रहेगा। वो सिर्फ सरकार के बल पर नहीं, आप जैसे ताकतवर लोगों के कारण, आप जैसे मेहनती लोगों के कारण।
International Climate Summit 2021, powering India's hydrogen ecosystem.
And I must acknowledge without hesitation that PhD Chamber has been always playing a leading role in the trade, development and growth journey of India, and always ready to promptly take up the new trends that emerge, which is also evident from the fact that we are today under one roof here to discuss the subject of startups.
Jointly organized with Invest India and in partnership with Niti Aayog, TERI, NEERI, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and with the support of several ministries of Government of India and Innovation Norway as the country partner. The Phd Cci Air Cargo Summit 2022, Sustainable Future Growth of Air Cargo, focus on Gati Shakti Master Plan, an interactive session with members of Parliament on ease of doing business in India. States Policy Conclave 2021 on the macroeconomic resilience of the states in the pandemic times and release of Phd Cci report on the role of states in making Atmanirbhar Bharat.
I once again congratulate PhD Chambers of Commerce for selecting this very appropriate theme for discussion today, and also thankful to them for inviting me here.
The first session of Young Business Leaders Forum, webinar on the stories of unsung women heroes, featuring inspired journey of women entrepreneurs. An interactive session on issues related to mines and steel sector with Mr. Phaggan Singh Kulaste, Union Minister of State for Steel and Rural Development. Phd Cci organized the Transgender Leadership Conclave, a first of its kind conclave done by any Chamber of Commerce, which emphasized on the need of diversity inclusion in the society. And 11th International Heritage Tourism Conclave, towards exchanging insights and deliberate on the growth of key sectors of the country. Phd Cci delegates had several call-on meetings, including meeting with Mr. Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, meeting with Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri, Union Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, an interaction with Dr. Syed Shahnawaz Hussain, Honorable Industry Minister of Bihar, call on Shri Bhagwant Singh Maan, Honorable Chief Minister Punjab, meeting with Mr. Sarbananda Sonowal, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. This year also present occasions to welcome some of the prominent personalities from different fields, and Phd Cci has leveraged these occasions for widening the horizon of knowledge. This year, an MOU was signed between Phd Cci and Indo-Canada Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and jointly, we are moving towards ensuring better trade and business between India and Canada. We have also been simultaneously enriching the lives of millions of fellow citizens through our CSR IMR platform. The two foundations, namely FWF and RDF, represent our deep dedication through their interventions for environment protection and well-being of marginalized population.
The members of the PhD chamber once again rose to the challenge during COVID-19 crisis by contributing over rupees 528 crores towards the PM CARES Fund. And through its Family Welfare Foundation, we are contributing 12 oxygen plants for hospitals in Delhi, Haryana, Maharashtra, Himachal Pradesh, and Rajasthan.
Amidst recovering economy after pandemic and changing geopolitical situations, Make in India for the World is the mantra for the future. A webinar with a similar theme was organized by DPIIT, in which PhD Chamber was a participant. Make in India brings infinite opportunities for Indian manufacturers to fulfill the domestic demand and meet international quality standards of the products. At this historical juncture of India's emergence, which are being celebrated as Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the PhD Chamber stands like a pillar of strength for the industry and in solidarity with the government to make in India for the world.
PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, Phd Cci has been serving the nation. Phd Cci reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. Phd Cci has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, Phd Cci ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the Phd Cci is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively project credibility and commitment of business to the society at large. To support its members, the Chamber has expert committees, state committees, and task force. Phd Cci brings together intense research, ideation, and advocacy to support businesses. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacies. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. PhD at its headquarters in Delhi and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. The prominent services of the PhD CCI are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance, capital markets, etc. Certification services for origin of goods for exporters and other documents, capacity development through trainings and workshops, interface services with central and state governments, corporate social responsibility through voluntary organization. So, an association with PhD CCI would add value to your business. PhD CCI offers memberships under the categories Patron, Star, Ordinary, Association and Professional. Benefits to Patron and Star members: get opportunities to be part of the managing committee, may get opportunity to be the chair or co-chair of various committees, opportunity to be a delegation member, to meet government and statutory bodies, get branding and publicity, to avail the facilities of the library and business lounge of the PhD chamber. The patron members and star members will have their logos displayed on the PhD website and PhD bulletin. Additionally, special discounts to members availing PhD CCI's infrastructure facilities. For more details, please visit our website www.phdcci.in. We welcome you to join PhD CCI, be a part of the golden story of more than a century, and be a part of the nation's growth.
In the passage of time, intermittently, an era takes shape and attains eternal glory. That Amrit Kal, or immortal era of India, has blissfully arrived. Propelled by the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, standing at its 75th years of independence, is poised to shape its era of growth, greatness and preeminence.
अमृत काल का लक्ष्य है एक ऐसे भारत का निर्माण जहां दुनिया का हर आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो.
While celebrating Amrit Mahotsav of its independence, PhD CCI, along with the entire nation, offers heartfelt homage to the freedom fighters, defense forces, doctors and frontline warriors for their supreme sacrifices and invaluable contributions. A true forerunner of Indian aspirations since 1905, PhD CCI has been a proud partner of nation's growth journey so far. PhD CCI has been taking persistent steps in congruence of Atmanirbhar Bharat mantra, endeavoring unceasingly to augment partnership and investment.
We must celebrate a glorious journey and keep the resolve to continue working together for nation making and deepening India's footprints across the globe. As a peaceful country and one of the fastest growing economies of the world, India offers a great hope today, and our efforts will further vitalize its prominence in the world order.
Our commitment is the part of our legacy, keenly directing the interests of business and merchandise community of India while working in tandem with the government and policymaker. Our legacy has been a continued chronicle of meaningful contribution towards taking the nation on the path of prosperity. A national apex chamber which reaches out to 150,000 businesses and one of the premier chambers in India to have been accredited with diamond grade by NABET QCI. PhD CCI extends best support to the stakeholders from the close quarters.
और क्योंकि मैं यहाँ देश के नामचीन संस्था जो लाखों उद्योगों ट्रेड एंड इंडस्ट्रीज के प्रतिनिधि संस्था के रूप में देश में काम करते हैं उनसे बात कर रहा हूं तो मैं ये कहने में बिल्कुल भी अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी कि ग्रोथ का इंजन जो है वो इकोनॉमी के साथ में बढ़ता है.
In addition to our headquarters in Delhi and 25 regional offices in as many states, we are also having an international office at Bahrain for 6 GCC countries for extending best support from the close quarters. We have been contributing in 6 thrust areas: industrial development, education and skill development, infrastructure, health, housing, agriculture and agribusiness. Our engagement in these thrust areas will go a long way towards supporting the Gati Shakti Abhiyan announced on the historical occasion of 75th Independence Day, marked as the beginning of Amrit Mahotsav of the independence.
PhD, with its wings spread across 17 states through local chapters, hopes to help the unicorns of tomorrow grow wings and help them take the first flight. Phd Cci takes pride in its continuous dialogue with the government as well.
Phd Cci continuously contributes towards structural improvement in export and logistics infrastructure, supply chain management and value chains of MSMEs and startups, and simplification of various export incentive schemes with the aim to push the growth trajectory of exports to the next level. Enhancing India's export competitiveness along with catalyzing diversification of export markets have been priorities for us during the ongoing Amrit Mahotsav. The Chamber has been a thought leader, and more than 40% of the representations sent by the Chamber have been accepted by the government.
Thanks to the massive infusion of funds announced by our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, rupees 30 lakh crores under the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan for various segments of the economy, and rupees 100 lakh crores for infrastructure Gati Shakti Master Plan.
The Phd Cci has organized more than 600 national and international events and conferences in virtual, physical, as well as hybrid modes. Some of the flagship events organized by PhD Chambers includes Post-Budget Interactive Session on Implications of Union Budget 2022-23.
If India shall be the fastest growing economy among the large economies, I'm sure it'll also be because you have come forward.
Second International Conference on Defence and Security in association with the Ministry of MSME Government of India. Ecom Trust Summit with the theme Product, Trust and Consumer Safety in E-Commerce.
मेरा देश ऐसे ही विश्वगुरु नहीं बोला जाता रहा। मेरा देश सोने की चिड़िया था और आज भी है और रहेगा। वो सिर्फ सरकार के बल पर नहीं, आप जैसे ताकतवर लोगों के कारण, आप जैसे मेहनती लोगों के कारण।
International Climate Summit 2021, powering India's hydrogen ecosystem.
And I must acknowledge without hesitation that PhD Chamber has been always playing a leading role in the trade, development and growth journey of India, and always ready to promptly take up the new trends that emerge, which is also evident from the fact that we are today under one roof here to discuss the subject of startups.
Jointly organized with Invest India and in partnership with Niti Aayog, TERI, NEERI, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and with the support of several ministries of Government of India and Innovation Norway as the country partner. The Phd Cci Air Cargo Summit 2022, Sustainable Future Growth of Air Cargo, focus on Gati Shakti Master Plan, an interactive session with members of Parliament on ease of doing business in India. States Policy Conclave 2021 on the macroeconomic resilience of the states in the pandemic times, and release of Phd Cci report on the role of states in making Atmanirbhar Bharat.
I once again congratulate PhD Chambers of Commerce for selecting this very appropriate theme for discussion today, and also thankful to them for inviting me here.
The first session of Young Business Leaders Forum, webinar on the stories of unsung women heroes, featuring inspired journey of women entrepreneurs. An interactive session on issues related to mines and steel sector with Mr. Phaggan Singh Kulasthe, Union Minister of State for Steel and Rural Development. Phd Cci organized the Transgender Leadership Conclave, a first of its kind conclave done by any Chamber of Commerce, which emphasized on the need of diversity inclusion in the society. And 11th International Heritage Tourism Conclave towards exchanging insights and deliberate on the growth of key sectors of the country. Phd Cci delegates had several call-on meetings, including meeting with Mr. Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, meeting with Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri, Union Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, an interaction with Dr. Syed Shahnawaz Hussain, Honorable Industry Minister of Bihar, call on Sri Bhagwant Singh Maan, Honorable Chief Minister Punjab, meeting with Mr. Sarbananda Sonowal, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. This year also present occasions to welcome some of the prominent personalities from different fields, and Phd Cci has leveraged these occasions for widening the horizon of knowledge. This year, an MOU was signed between Phd Cci and Indo-Canada Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and jointly, we are moving towards ensuring better trade and business between India and Canada. We have also been simultaneously enriching the lives of millions of fellow citizens through our CSR IMR platform. The two foundations, namely FWF and RDF, represent our deep dedication through their interventions for environment protection and well-being of marginalized population.
The members of the PhD chamber once again rose to the challenge during COVID-19 crisis by contributing over rupees 528 crores towards the PM CARES Fund. And through its Family Welfare Foundation, we are contributing 12 oxygen plants for hospitals in Delhi, Haryana, Maharashtra, Himachal Pradesh, and Rajasthan.
Amidst recovering economy after pandemic and changing geopolitical situations, Make in India for the World is the mantra for the future. A webinar with a similar theme was organized by DPIIT, in which PhD Chamber was a participant. Make in India brings infinite opportunities for Indian manufacturers to fulfill the domestic demand and meet international quality standards of the products. At this historical juncture of India's emergence, which are being celebrated as Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the PhD Chamber stands like a pillar of strength for the industry and in solidarity with the government to make in India for the world.
PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, Phd Cci has been serving the nation. Phd Cci reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. Phd Cci has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, Phd Cci ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the Phd Cci is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively project credibility and commitment of business to the society at large. To support its members, the Chamber has expert committees, state committees, and task force. Phd Cci brings together intense research, ideation, and advocacy to support businesses. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacies. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. Phd at its headquarters in Delhi and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. The prominent services of the Phd Cci are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance, capital markets, etc. certification services for origin of goods for exporters and other documents, capacity development through trainings and workshops, interface services with central and state governments, corporate social responsibility through voluntary organization. So, an association with Phd Cci would add value to your business. Phd Cci offers memberships under the categories Patron, Star, Ordinary, Association and Professional. Benefits to Patron and Star members: get opportunities to be part of the managing committee, may get opportunity to be the chair or co-chair of various committees, opportunity to be a delegation member to meet government and statutory bodies, get branding and publicity, to avail the facilities of the library and business lounge of the PhD chamber. The patron members and star members will have their logos displayed on the PhD website and PhD bulletin. Additionally, special discounts to members availing Phd Cci's infrastructure facilities. For more details, please visit our website www.phdcci.in. We welcome you to join Phd Cci, be a part of the golden story of more than a century, and be a part of the nation's growth.
In the passage of time, intermittently, an era takes shape and attains eternal glory. That Amrit Kal, or immortal era of India, has blissfully arrived. Propelled by the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister,
welcome to the 5th annual convention of the PhD Chambers Capital Market and Commodity Market Committee. Our previous 4 conventions we had done in the hotels only. One was in Meridian, the 2 were in Meridian, 1 in Taj Palace and 1 in the park. We had initially planned this convention on 17th of September, but that day it was Honorable Prime Minister's birthday, and all the cabinet ministers were asked to go to their respective constituency to celebrate the Prime Minister's birthday in the public. After taking time from the Honorable MOS Finance, Mr. Pankaj Chaudhary, we fixed this for today. But again, the same thing happened. The directives came from the Home Ministry that Safai Pakhwada is to be celebrated, and he had to go to his constituency, which we came to know 3 days before. We then approached Mr. C.R. Verma, another MOS, who is MOS in one of the ministries of Mr. Amit Shah. He initially agreed, but then his directions also came, and we came to know that no minister will able to come today, and it is for the first time that we are doing the convention without a minister. I now invite the opening session my colleagues. First of all, I request my most dynamic president, Mr. Pradeep Multani ji, to take seat on the dais. The senior economic advisor in the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Shashank Saxena, who had even previously comes in 2 of our convention. The Security and Exchange Boards of India, Regional Director, Mr. Rajesh Dangaiti, Bombay Stock Exchange, Chief Business Officer. Presently, there is no managing director in Bombay Stock Exchange, so he is a part of the committee who is governing the Bombay Stock Exchange, Mr. Sameer Patil. The Regional Director of National Stock Exchange, Mr. Gaurav Kapoor. The Regional Director of another Commodities Biggest Exchange, MCX, Mr. Sanjay Gakhar, and the CEO and the Secretary General of the PhD, Mr. Saurav Sanyal. Probably this is the lowest attendance which I am able to see. There are many reasons for that. Though first we postponed it, and because of the ministers last 2-3 days, only yesterday we became active and sent the invitation for today's event. And because the PhD chamber is basically an MSME chamber, many of the organizations, to many of the colleagues when they rang up, their AGM is incidentally slated for today, or there is AGM is tomorrow or day after, for which they are preparing. And that is one of the reasons that our all previous 4 conventions, we have done it on Saturdays only. But I'm myself shocked to see the amount of attendance, but I apologize to my president that I could not, because of various reasons, I could not give much time. And that this is one of the reasons that probably we are doing it without a minister and with a thin attendance. And straight away, I will be first inviting our Honorable President, Mr. Pradeep Multani, for his opening remarks. I will like to mention here that he is a very dynamic president. During his presidentship, which will be completing in next 4 days from today, the maximum number of seminar and webinar ever PhD has conducted. The maximum number of call-on meetings has happened during his tenure. And PhD, which is now there all across India, the maximum what we heard from our regional or state heads, he is the president who visited maximum number of states during his presidency. He is basically the honor of or the managing director of Multani Pharmaceuticals, which is there in the country for last many years. And all of us may be knowing right from the childhood day, I know that Kuka brand of that cup syrup, that is his company's creation only, though they have a plant in Uttarakhand, office in Delhi. My most honorable president, Mr. Pradeep Multani.
Thank you, Mr. Sabharwal, and good evening to everyone. I welcome today Dr. Shashank Saxena, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Finance, Government of India, Mr. Rajesh Dangeti, Regional Head, Northern Regional Office, Securities and Exchange Board of India, Mr. Sameer Patel, Chief Business Officer, BSE Limited, Mr. Gaurav Kapoor, Vice President, NSE Limited, Mr. Sanjay Gakhar, Vice President, Business Development, MCX Limited, Mr. Saurav Sanyal, Secretary General of PhD Chambers, Managing Committee members, friends from media, all participants. On behalf of the PhD Chamber of Commerce Industry, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to the 5th Annual Convention on India at 2047, a developed economy and role of financial markets. We thank our expert speakers for taking time from their busy schedule to be here with us to address the industry members. I extend a special welcome to our eminent speakers and all the participants. PhD Chamber of Commerce Industry has been working as a catalyst for the promotion of Indian industry, trade, and entrepreneurship for the past 117 years. It is a forward-looking, proactive, and dynamic pan-India apex organization. As a partner in progress with industry and government, Phd Cci works at the grassroots level with strong national and international linkages for propelling progress, harmony, and integrated development of the Indian economy. Phd Cci, acting as the voice of industry and trade, reaches out to 150,000 companies consisting of large, medium, and small industries, has forged ahead, leveraging its legacy with the industry knowledge across multiple sectors to take Indian economy to the next level. At the global level, we have been working with the embassies and high commissions in India to bring in the international best practices and business opportunities. India has made significant progress over a span of 3/4 of the century since its independence. From being primarily an agrarian economy in which agriculture contributed 50% of the GDP, the world's largest economy has now transformed into a predominantly service sector economy. India has created a strong economic base and is poised to achieve the status of a developed country over the next 25 years. Our projections indicate that India at 2047 can exceed per capita income of USD 26,000 per annum, almost 13 times the current level. India's growth potential, therefore, makes it an attractive destination for all three types of investors: resource seekers, efficiency seekers, and especially market seekers. The Indian economy is at interesting juncture. According to the latest World Bank forecasts, India's economy is the bright spot among all the emerging developing economies, with an expected 7.3% GDP growth in 21 compared to 7% in 2020. These are early positive signs that the economy is picking up and in the coming years is likely to hold an upward trajectory. Notwithstanding the probability of setbacks, India's growth story presents a resilient outlook. However, the pace needs to be sustained, and thus more than ever, the time is right for India to embark on liberalization of its financial sector. As India seeks to expand its global economic and strategic influence while promoting international financial services, this merits urgent consideration of policymakers and financial and capital market stakeholders. The primary rationale for promoting international financial services in India is the potential net benefit to stakeholders and the country, which is considerable. Therefore, it is worth the economic, regulatory, administrative, and political effort. As Mr. M. Asher writes in Pragati magazine, there are three broad imperatives for promoting international financial services in India. The first arises from India's deepening linkages and interdependencies with the rest of the world. The second concerns the need for more efficient financial intermediation, while the third concerns the human capital. Singapore and Hong Kong have emerged as financial services hubs in Asia, setting up the GIFT IFSC and subsequently vesting the powers in a unified regulator. The International Financial Services Centers Authority, IFSCA, was a key step in the direction of developing India as a global financial hub. In a short time, the GIFT IFSC has emerged as an important global financial center. While the IFSCA has taken numerous steps to build a vibrant global financial hub, several coordinated steps are required across the ecosystem to be a global investment hub. With these notes, I would like to conclude my remarks and will look forward to the meaningful and insightful deliberation for the industry stakeholders. I would like to thank our chair, Mr. B.K. Sabharwal, for being an outstanding man, and he has been doing wonderful programs. Thank you, Mr. Sabharwal. Thank you all. Jai Hind and God bless us all.
Thank you, Multani Saab. As I was mentioning, maybe that I have become of 70 years of age, or maybe that because of the lowest ever attendance, I forget even the basic things. That is, we have to start with the lighting of the lamp, or we have to welcome our guest of honors also. I will now request Mr. Multani, Mr. Saxena, Mr. Rajesh Dangaiti to please come for the lighting of the lamp. Mr. Gaurav Kapoor, Mr. Sanjay Gakha, Mr. Sameer Patil. Our Honorable President, Mr. Multani, to present a plan to Mr. Shashank Saxena, Dr. Shashank Saxena, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Finance. I request our CEO and Secretary General, Mr. Saurav Sanyal, to present it to Mr. Rajesh Kumar Dangati. Actually, on 15th of August, the Prime Minister, standing at Red Fort, talked about India at 2047. And we at PhD, under the presidency of Mr. Multani, we thought that why not the same subject we choose for our annual convention, and that is the reason that we thought of this subject, a developed economy and role of financial markets, India at 2047. And now, as I told you, we have person from a bureaucrat from the Ministry of Finance, we have person from regulator, and we have the representative of the all three topmost stocks and commodity exchange of the country with us on the dais to take on. I will first request Mr. Sanjay Gakhar, the regional head of the MCX, the largest commodity exchange of the country. Mr. Gakhar has more than 28 years of experience. Almost from the inception, we have looked him as the regional head of the MCX in Delhi. It's a fact that he don't wanted to leave Delhi. Had he would have gone to Bombay, we would have been chief business officer of the company 5 years back. Prior to MCX, he had worked with NABARD and Britannia also. And if I remember it correctly, he is an MBA from Irma Anand. That's what I had been in Gujarat, so that's why I remember that you are an MBA. Over to you, Mr. Sanjay Gakhar.
Thank you, Sabharwal sir. So, Dr. Shashank Saxena, Multani Saab, Dangeti Saab, Sameer Bhai, Sanyal Saab, Gaurav. Commodities are so basic that he's starting with commodities only. So I would build my story around the importance of commodity derivatives markets. And before I start that, I have a small presentation also. Once. So this is a very bold, ambitious, very futuristic kind of topic for the convention today, India at 2047. And if we kind of close our eyes, we would imagine our country becoming a economy of the size of $35 to $40 trillion. We will belong to League of Developed Nations. Will not be remaining as a developing economy perpetually. The Amrit Kal has just started as per vision of Honorable Prime Minister, and through the principle of Atmanirbharta, probably will reach there. We are already very good in services. Our GDP, services contribute a great amount of percentage to the GDP. the focus, whether we have realized or not, the focus has now shifted to manufacturing. You know, the Apple iPhone 14 getting manufactured in India and so many other products. Now, when you talk about manufacturing, raw materials immediately come to your mind. And raw materials, they don't have any Maiba. It is the most efficient production pricing of raw materials, which determines how they are priced. So, raw materials, also called commodities, they are traded globally. They trade on the cheapest to produce principle. You don't have any brand equity in them. Logistically, they are challenging to handle. I'll come to that when I'll talk about the kind of deliveries we have done so far on MCX. They follow generally approved industry standards. So a 24 karat gold from Titan or a 24 karat gold from any jeweler in Kucha Majni is the same for everyone. Therefore, if you don't have any brand equity in the product, the most important part becomes the efficient production, efficient pricing. So they become imperative. That is where we come in picture as a commodity exchange, where you have a platform for efficient price discovery and risk management. Now, an organization or an institution involved in commercial transactions faces a variety of risks. Some of the risks are listed here, but commodity price risk is very important because it directly hits the bottom line. So if you don't manage, probably, you know, whatever budgeted numbers you had before the commencement of the year, probably you will not be able to achieve those numbers if you don't manage your pricing objectives in a very risk managed manner. There are a variety of factors which are beyond the control of an organization, individual organization. Global factors like the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine being one of the largest producers of many commodities. And we have seen what the impact has been on the European electricity markets in terms of, you know, the prices of input natural gas going up. Then tariff measures, for example, if you import at 10% and the duty is increased to 15%, the landed cost of gold goes up. So all these factors are not in the control of individual organizations. The best is to hedge. So hedging is as an organizational principle is to take the prices from the commodity exchange and build into your, you know, philosophy of existence as to that is what the organization is going to do. Otherwise, the other option is leave it to luck. So sometimes the luck would kind of balance out if you don't do any hedging. One example, you know, the prices of aluminum have seen a volatility of around 27% in the year 21-22. So if you are an organization of the size of 100 crore, and every time the volatility has been against you, you would lose to the extent of 27 crores. Very, very basic mathematical thing. Lots of assumptions in this, but volatility is going to hit us if we don't manage the price risk. So with these objectives, as to, you know, with an objective to provide a price risk management platform to the Indian companies, to the Indian farmers, MCX was set up, and all other commodity exchanges were set up in 2003. Till 2015, we were under the regulation of Forward Market Commission, which got merged into SEBI. And then SEBI has taken many steps to ensure that the commodity derivatives markets grow in a very robust manner as per the ANVISA's contribution to the Indian economy. So in terms of products, new products have been introduced. In terms of the list of participants who are eligible to participate, the list has been expanded. Some numbers, we do around, MCX does around 25,000 crore single-sided turnover every day across 4 segments. The options are very popular in the equity market, but as a product being used by the hedging community and by the trading community in commodities markets also, options are really picked up. So from a notional value of around 950 crore in 2021, we have come to 31,000 crore in the month of August. In terms of, sometimes there is a misconception that commodity exchange platforms are only for speculation. This slide shows the kind of deliveries which have been handled through MCX. So we have done around 128 tons of gold, 4,200 tons of silver, 20 lakh bales of cotton, 45,000 tons of menthol. Menthol is a very small commodity grown mainly in Chandosi and Barabanki. And if you ask any farmer from Chandosi and Barabanki as to at what rate he would be willing to sell menthol, he would kind of refer to MCX or look at MCX first and then tell his price. So that is the kind of empowerment the availability of these, the commodity exchange platform has been able to achieve. Some of the contracts are delivery settled. Some of the contracts where deliveries are not possible and we have global benchmark to settle, we have kept those contracts as cash settled as per the guidance and decision of SIB. The last 5 days become the delivery days, so as to make the option of delivery more flexible in terms of number of days. So 128 tons of gold, 4,200 tons of silver. In terms of going towards, make in India, price in India, trade in India, we have empaneled 4 domestic refiners for deliveries in one of the gold contracts. And then in the industrial metals, till 2019, we were a cash settled, we had cash settled contracts. And though at that time it appeared unpopular, SEBI asked us to convert those contracts into delivery settled contracts. Now we have base delivery centers and additional delivery centers catering to production hubs, manufacturing hubs for various items. And the kind of benchmarking we have been able to achieve in gold. So if you go to Kucha Mahajani and ask what is the price of gold, they'll tell you MCX plus minus some rupees. Same kind of benchmarking we have been able to achieve in some of the industrial metals also, particularly aluminum. In the last 3 years, MCX has handled 2.5 lakh tons of deliveries of base metals, which may appear small given the size of all these items in terms of domestic production and imports. But to handle deliveries of commodities is not similar to handling deliveries of stocks and other financial assets. So it is a logistical nightmare. And these deliveries have been handled during the lockdown period, Corona period. So the MCX platform became an additional channel for sourcing raw materials and for supply of, if you don't get a channel to sell, then MCX became the channel for offloading your material. Similar to gold, we have done 2 refiners in base metals also, the domestic refiners. Why corporates don't hedge? There is a lack of awareness. That is why we keep engaging with chambers like PhD, and they have done a great job for the last many years. And there are many enablers for commodities. One of them is SEBI asking corporates to disclose their price risk or commodity price risk and make it mandatory for people to hedge on commodity exchanges. So with this, I would end my discussion here. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Sanjay ji, for giving us the insight of commodities. I know you are experienced with the commodities market. You also have previously spoken in many of our seminars. Before I call upon the next speaker, I am humbly requesting each of them that because of the thin attendance, we could start our program late by 20 minutes. So I will request all other speakers to curtail their speech by 20%. That's all a journal thing. And our regional director SEBI has to leave in time also because he has a meeting in the SEBI also. And now calling upon Mr. Gaurav Kapoor, the regional head of the National Stock Exchange. As you are aware of that, National Stock Exchange has the highest volumes in the country. Among the derivative trades, they are number one in the world. National Stock Exchange India, among the derivative trades, are number one in the world. Mr. Gaurav Kapoor has more than 22 years of experience. Prior to joining as regional head, he was with NSE Bombay and had worked in almost all the departments. So a multifarious experience he has. Basically an MBA from Symbiosis, and then has management courses from IIM Calcutta as well as IIM Ahmedabad. Mr. Gaurav Kapoor.
Thank you, Sabharwal-ji. Dr. Shashank Saxena, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Finance, Government of India. Shri Rajesh Dangeti, Regional Head, Northern Regional Office, SEBI. Other senior colleagues from exchanges, Samir Patil from BSE, Sanjay Gakar from MCX, and other senior corporate members of PSD and senior officials of PSD, and ladies and gentlemen. I thank PSD for inviting NSE for this very futuristic topic, which is India at 2047. I don't know how many of us will be able to go through that phase also, but even thinking so far, 25 years ahead is definitely very difficult for anyone to even pen down, because we don't know even what is going to happen in the next very moment. So I've tried to put some of the points. So as we proudly celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the achievement of 75 years of free India, the government is laying down the roadmap for Amrit Kal for the next 25 years up to the century of country's independence. While the government has set some ambitious targets for the next 2.5 decades, the role of financial sector, especially the capital markets, would be key in achieving the same. Criteria for developed nation. For becoming a developed nation, India needs to first meet the threshold of high income country in terms of economic indicators. In the month of July itself, the World Bank updated the per capita criteria for high income countries to be more than $13,000, while India's GDP per capita is currently around 2,200. Assuming the same criteria for high income countries and the unchanged population base for India, over the next 25 years, the Indian economy would need to grow at an average of at least 6 to 8%. The demographic dividend, which is being talked about, there is no denying that India's potential for economic development is enormous, thanks in large part of the demographic dividend. China's median age is around 37, while India is at 27.6 years old. If India massive young people can achieve full employment, it will certainly contribute to the biggest economic dividend to India's rise. Only when poverty is largely addressed can the social development levels like medical care, health, and literacy be improved. Before we look forward, it would be pertinent to go back to the history to analyze how our markets have evolved from a nascent stage to become one of the most dynamic and vibrant ones globally. This can be attributed to the massive regulatory governance transformation and embracing technology that has been undertaken over the past few years. The market landscape has changed significantly in the last decade, with technology playing an important role in broad-basing the Indian markets. Capital market is no longer confined to tier 1 cities, but it has reached geographies beyond tier 2 and tier 3 cities. At the same time, it must be appreciated that regulatory enforcement regime has ensured that the interest of investors is safeguarded. Now let's look at some of the most important areas that require our immediate attention for us to be there in 2047. One is investment in technology infrastructure. So I've penned down 5 points. So investment in technology infrastructure. New technologies have improved efficiency, speed of service. Besides providing better customer experience, the digitization of financial services is an ongoing revolution which needs to be adopted by broking firms to expand their product suite and client base. Brokers or financial intermediaries are no longer considered as financial companies. but are looked as tech companies that provide financial solutions. As scales and processes are growing, it is critical from a risk management perspective to invest in regulatory or RegTech, which is being called. RegTech will help broking firms in managing their compliances and regulators carrying their functions. The product innovation, Sanjay has talked about commodities. Vibrant capital market needs to cater to the requirements of both issuers and investors. The availability of wide choice of consumers spurred by a multitude of digital channel is resulting in constantly changing the customer expectations. Two areas which I wanted to highlight in products is one is the InvIT, the Infrastructure Investment Trust, a financing vehicle in India that allow the recycling of capital to fund infrastructure projects are gaining traction in the country, and favorable regulations and improved investor protections. InvITs and REITs will play a significant role in funding the government's infrastructure plans, as well as assist in meeting its asset monetization plans and enable deleveraging existing balance sheets, which could in turn help meet the capitalization requirements of banks. Investing in InvITs serves as an expeditious route for infrastructure developers to monetize their assets, unlock equity gains, reduce their debts, and most importantly, finance new projects while maintaining their capital structure. The retail participation in bond markets, as equity market is well developed, well penetrated, the bond markets in India is almost home to almost 1/5 of the world population and has a literacy rate of nearly 80%. Unfortunately, only 24% of the country are financially literate. For most Indian investors, debt markets aren't enough. In fact, for most retail investors, the holy trinity of investments are mutual funds, equity, and fixed deposit. In fact, when it comes to fixed deposit products, the Indian investor is spoiled for choices, but they don't know it. For sustainable growth of an economy, a deep and liquid bond market is essential. Retail investment into corporate bonds unlock capital for business to grow, while creating avenues for retail investors to diversify their portfolios while reducing financial sector fragility. The awareness of financial products, financial literacy, it is not possible for India to grow at 8 to 9% without the development of capital markets. The level of capital market penetration is still near 5%, whereas in the developed market, the same level is at 35 to 40%. Decades back, Indian equity markets were centered around Mumbai. Today, we have more than 100 million demat accounts spread across India, which reflects reach of our markets. Capital markets play a significant role in the nation development and in our journey to become a 5 trillion economy. There is a big opportunity to go even deeper and widen the investor base through products not only in equity, but debt, ETF, hedge contracts in commodity, agri or non-agri, currency, and interest rates. NSE has taken giant strides in increasing investor awareness. We believe financial literacy, investor awareness, and investor education are the key pillars on which strong markets can be built. The startup ecosystem is India, which is a land of plethora of opportunities, and Indian startups have proven to be the true champions in Indian growth story. They have paved the way for the country's journey towards self-reliance and self-sustainability, and aim to bring fruification government vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. It will be exciting to see that the country achieves in the next 25 years when India celebrates the 100th mark. The enhanced, last but not least, the enhanced stewardship role of asset manager, AIF, and fund manager. The pattern of shareholders in India has evolved over the period. This has reshuffled the growing need of protecting the right of investors and need to sustain long-term in the market. Various institutional bodies in India, such as the IRDA, PFRDA, and SEBI, came up with different stewardship codes for different type of funds. PFRDA and SEBI stewardship codes are mandatory and could be considered as a significant step taken by the regulatory bodies that help institutional investors perform their government responsibilities. The next 25 years would be an exciting journey for the Indian financial markets in terms of pace of change and development, while only the nimble-footed players would be able to cope up with the drastic transformation. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Gaurav Kapoorji, for giving us the insight of the National Stock Exchange. And now I am calling upon a person. He is Mr. Sameer Patil, the Chief Business Officer of the Bombay Stock Exchange. But I, being in this field for 30 years, knows it very well that he has a wide experience. Started his career as a financial analyst with a US firm, and then for many years, if in the broking industry we say Sameer Patil, people say, oh, Sameer Patil of MCX only. He was instrumental in MCX for starting off all the contracts, maybe it's gold, silver, crude oil, copper. This was all started under his leadership during his MCX days. And even with the Bombay Stock Exchange, he was instrumental in setting up the first international exchange of the country of the Prime Minister dream, that India International Exchange at Ahmedabad. That conceptualization and all those were done by Mr. Sameer Patil. He presently is not only looking after the market development or the business of the oldest exchange of the country, that is Bombay Stock Exchange. I was surprised when I came to know that he hasn't applied for the chief executive of the Bombay Stock Exchange when it was advertised 6 months back, though I know that he was capable of even being considered for that. Over to Mr. Sameer Patil with his experience of the capital market, the commodity market, and the financial analyst. Mr. Sameer Patil.
Good evening to all. Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Sabarwalji, for this generous introduction. It puts a lot of responsibility though. In fact, BSE in a couple of years would be celebrating 150 years of existence. We're speaking of Amrut Mahotsav. I think this is double Amrut Mahotsav for BSE. And when we look forward at 2047, I think after 2047 and 2050, we would be, BSE would be celebrating 175 years of existence. The journey started way back in 1875. Today, we have more than 5,000 companies listed on the BSE. Why do how would the economy of a country develop when you have more and more companies coming listed on the exchanges and raising capital? The key function or the key necessity of a company or a corporate is to come forward, list on the exchange and raise capital and make some, give some value add for the investors. This is how, in a nutshell, the economy of a country develops over a period of year. And what we've seen is over a period of 147 years, more than 5,000 companies listed. In fact, there's a small, very small story I would like to narrate here. When I was with the panel delegation to Shanghai before the pandemic, and we were at the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, they have this museum and the gallery, and the very first wall, which is called the Wall of Fame. I was surprised to see the first Wall of Fame, the first wall mentioned the number of companies listed, and there India stands right on the top with BSE, the #1 exchange in the world as far as number of companies listed, more than 5,000 companies. And the very next to it, the second exchange where you have then was the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, and then followed by others. And so we have seen a couple of walls there where we have India #1 as far as the companies listed trading as well. So it gives us immense pleasure and to announce that, to mention that, yes, BSE is a key enabler as far as building economy of India is concerned. The market cap of BSE listed company is $3.8 2 trillion. So this is the kind of wealth that is created for the investors in India. And we besides equity, have various other segments. We have equity derivatives, currency derivatives, commodities, mutual funds, and the debt segment. And also, Sabarwalji talked about the international exchange set up in Gandhinagar, GIFT City, Gandhinagar. That was the Prime Minister's vision, to set up a international exchange. So the point that I'm trying to make is, when you move ahead in future to create 5 trillion economy, so you have to have the base right. And when you have the base right and a robust base, not only on the domestic front, but also on the international front. So it is coupled with both domestic market capitalization for companies traded, also on the international front. On the currency segment, we started late though, but yes, we are the second largest exchange today in India for currencies. And on the commodities, we started only in 2018, when we were granted approval by SEBI to initiate trading in commodities. We have done many first though, and we have seen yet to see some much great success there, but definitely we're taking some baby steps. We've launched all major commodities, whether it's the agri or the non-agri. On the agri, we've launched major commodities like the guar seed, guar gum, the cotton, two types of cotton, the west and the north. Also, one of the first commodity which is launched in the world, it is the almonds in shell contracts. So it is the first commodity which is launched globally, and that is launched on the BSE. We witnessed till date around 270 tons of physical deliveries in that contract. And to be very specific, it is launched during the pandemic. So the pandemic also did not stop the euphoria around BSE to launch and innovate new contracts. Also, one of the most liquid contract on the BSE is the steel futures contract, which is the BSE Sufi steel contract. It is along with the premier association in India, the Sufi Steel Users Federation of India. And there also, we've launched this contract during the pandemic, Raipur being the delivery center. We have seen close to 300 tons of physical delivery there as well. This is also during the pandemic. So it gives us immense happiness to mention that there are many first or number ones that we have done on the BSE. And also on the precious metals front, BSE is also being a pioneer to introduce the India Good Delivery Standards. Our first exchange launched the option on goods contracts in gold to enforce the introduce India Good Delivery Standards on the BSE for physical deliveries, and we have witnessed physical deliveries on those contracts as well. The BSE Star MF mutual fund platform, which was launched in 2009, is become a very, very vital clog as far as every investor is concerned in India today. I am sure everybody here, most of them here who invest in mutual fund must be aware of the Star MF platform and must have used that platform as well. Today, we do more than 20 lakh transactions on a regular basis. We have more than 75,000 mutual fund distributors enrolled with our Star MF platform. More than 12,000 folios and all 43 AMCs enrolled on the Star MF platform. Besides, when you look at when you look forward for 2047, 2050, this MSME structure industry plays a very, very important role as far as development of any nation is concerned. And there we see BSE being the leading exchange to have large number of SMEs listed on the SME platform. In fact, on the 10th of October, we would be celebrating 400 listings of SME platforms in India. And it's the first exchange to do that. And we have a huge celebration day. In fact, it's going to be one day and we are going to have 10 listings on that particular day. So Honorable Minister for State is coming to, for the session. Also, 125 SME companies have now migrated onto the main board. So this itself is an achievement. Besides, we have the startup exchange also. We have startups who have come and listed on the exchange. So this is the future. This is the launch pad for many startups, SMEs to come forward, raise capital and create investor awareness. Besides, on the international front, in 2017, BSE was the first exchange to launch India INX, the first international exchange in GIFT City IFSC, which was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister of India. And today we are glad to inform you that many times we are cumulative turnover almost $30 to $40 billion a day. The India 50 contract, which is a premier contract there, and the gold futures and the rupee dollar contract, which is launched as the premier 3 contract, which are traded. And most of the time, in fact, our India 50 futures and options contracts are higher than even the other contracts with the same contract traded or similar contracts traded on other jurisdictions globally. Besides that exchange, all contracts traded and settled there are in dollar terms. So it is in a way competing with all other international financial jurisdictions and exchanges. It is on 22 hours a day. That means right from Tokyo open to New York close. So we operate 22 hours a day on a regular basis. And to make the bullion market more susceptible and more robust, very recently, just before coming to Delhi on Mumbai, in fact, Friday evening, we are glad to inform that BSE is the first exchange in India to receive approvals from our regulators SEBI, and we are thankful to SEBI to grant us the approval to launching first of its kind the gold EGR as a segment on BSE. So today, when you trade physical gold, you buy physical gold, you will be it will be possible for you to have gold in demat form, and you can trade only those receipts. So in a way, it is going to be actual price discovery. And all this time when I was struggling to make fungible gold, this is the first instance and a very, very robust and in real means fungibility of gold across India. And it is where I always remember when Sardaraji is speaking about one price, one gold, one price, one nation. So I think this is the first step rather towards that. And we look forward to achieve that and by launching it on the BSE. Besides that, so we would be launching it very soon. We are starting our membership drive. My team is here. Besides that, we are also part of the consortium to launch the first international exchange in GIFT City as well, which is the gold exchange, wherein all MIS along with the 5 MIS, the 3 exchanges and 2 depositories, the CDSL and NSDL, have launched one single exchange in the GIFT City for gold, which is called the India International Bullion Exchange, which was again inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister. So in a way, BSE is doing its bit to grow, to prosper not only the corporates, the end users, but also the investors, to make a very robust and a very robust economy in the future. And we look forward for achieving that 5 trillion mark. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Sami. Yes, it was your experience only that ex tempo you covered almost all the subjects of the capital market and commodity market. The capital market and commodity market are not complete without the regulator. And normally, we intermediaries, stockbrokers, call the Security and Exchange Board of India as our mandir or temple only. And we are thrilled that today in this convention, we have Mr. Rajesh Dangaiti with us. Mr. Rajesh Dangaiti is a senior officer in SEBI. He's in SEBI for last 25 years and has worked in almost all departments of SEBI. Maybe it's investigation, surveillance, and all other departments. And as you are aware of, Delhi is a power center where one has to coordinate with the ministry. So one of the most efficient officer is normally deputed by SEBI to the Delhi office. When he has just joined a year back in Delhi, immediately after 1.5 months, there was a trade fair in Delhi in which the government has assigned the duty of the trade fair to SEBI also. And in just short span, for the first time ever, being there under his leadership, they could even achieve an award for one of the best that sections in the total, not of the financial markets, but total trade fair. So I now request Mr. Rajesh Dangeti to speak. Mr. Rajesh Dangeti.
Thank you, Sabharwal ji, for your kind words. And Dr. Shashank Saxena ji, Dr. Multani ji, eminent persons on the dais from the exchanges and PhD Cci, eminent dignitaries in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank Phd Cci for calling us here. And it's indeed a great pleasure to be here among all of you. I think what they have chosen today to talk about a developed economy and the role of financial markets, India at the rate 2047. I think this is a dream that everybody is looking at. And when I talk about a dream, I don't see it as a dream, I look it as a reality. The reality is in terms of the economy that has progressed since the India's independence, the way the government has taken various measures, the way the regulators have taken various measures in the market. These are something which we all know. So today, when we talk about the role of financial markets, it has got a very big role to play in terms of the success and strength of an economy. And the same can never be underestimated. We all depend on the financial system in every way, right from savings and accessing money, borrowing money to maintain business probably, taking out mortgages, insurance, or investing in specific companies, or hedging or produce from the vagaries of price movements. So none of us are untouched from the financial markets. What is that we talk about when we call about the financial markets? It basically enables the individuals to achieve a better balance between current and future consumption. It brings together the borrowers and the lenders of money. It allows sharing of risk between investors. It ensures separation of ownership and management. It also ensures efficient allocation of resources, effective utilization of assets, and helps in processing and evaluating the managerial performance to the signals that is given in the markets. Financial markets and capital markets, when we talk about that, it enables the individuals to choose between the risk profiles of their investments according to their risk tolerance levels. So you may have a person who would like to who's a risk averse, he may like to probably invest in gilts, but you also have a person who has a high risk tolerance. He may like to go in for investing in derivatives, probably stocks probably. So this is how the financial markets work. But when we talk about the effect that financial markets have on an economy, it always have had a very positive effect on the growth of the economy. When we talk about financial markets, we cannot leave away financial intermediation, which has also got a very positive effect, not only on the economic growth by acting on the saving rate, but also on the fraction of savings which are channelized into investments or on the social marginal productivity investment. There have been a lot of studies about the effect of the financial markets, and it has always been propounded that financial repression depresses growth. Conversely, it also, at the same time, the financial development raises growth. There's a positive correlation between growth and indicators of financial development, which is well documented. And there are studies with evidences which suggest that the financial institutions who perform in the market, which may be banks, insurance companies, and probably in the capital markets, we talk about stock markets and bonds and stock exchanges, they all have exerted a very powerful influence on the economic development, poverty alleviation, and economic stability. This has been the same result in India too. Any economy not having a well-developed stock market would be particularly seriously disadvantaged for them. Equity has shown that it is very essential for emergence and growth of innovative firms. Today, we all know that there are so many innovative firms coming into the market, which are called as high technology firms probably. And they will be the main drivers of the future structural changes, which are essential for maintaining a country's long-term growth potential. The contribution of financial markets or capital markets in this area is a necessity for maintaining the competitiveness of an economy today and giving a strongly increased international competition, rapid technological progress, and the increased role of innovation for growth performance. In the recent years, some of the new markets for stocks of young and growing companies have become a growing market segment in India. We have seen that there are so many companies coming up for listing on the stock exchanges. These are so-called new economy companies. And equity financing has been particularly advantageous for these companies and for their investors because of the given uncertainties in the economic returns. As we all know that probably banks, depending on the risk profiling of the companies, may not be in a position to give them loans and all those. So therefore, the stock markets have played a very efficient role in ensuring that these kind of new age companies get the requisite financing. As we all understand, the markets have grown over a period of time. Today, I did not tell you the figures of the market capitalization, which has been well said by some of the dignitaries on the dais. We have come a long way from where the markets were, and today we are at 3.5 trillion. Am I right, sir? 3.5 trillion today we are. While we talk about the markets, I probably cannot undermine the presence of banks and the bank finance that has been given to the various companies for in the progress of economy. The allocation of bank funds, it has played a very special role. And for many companies in need of funds, and they have also ensured that the economy has ensured a well-balanced growth. As we all understand, the financial market, a well-balanced financial market, can serve the following purposes. It can support investors managing their capital for different time horizons with financial products. It provides a source of capital for businesses depending on short-term or long-term. It minimizes risk by some strategies such as hedging or diversification. It acts as a mirror reflecting the economic conditions of a country. It's a confidence booster for attracting capital to foreign inflows or investments. It provides access to information to market participants and enabling taking precautionary measures. Today in the markets, we have various types of information regarding securities, which can be acquired without the need to spend any excess money. Today, all the information on transactions, information about any one entity where you want to invest is all available at the tip of your fingertips. From the standpoint of SEBI, the financial markets are among the most well-regulated sectors in the economy. The most important goal of financial market regulation are protection of the individual, which may include protection of creditors, investors, insured persons. Then you have system stability and proper functioning capital markets. When you talk of regulation, what do you mean when you talk of regulation? What do we mean by regulation? We call it as a pain point of reference for the principles and procedures governing the establishment, implementation and control of the capital markets, and SEBI has played a very important role in this. One of the key purposes for establishing a financial regulation is to maintain the integrity of the financial system, ensure confidence of the investors, and upload the same through continuous measures. It can't be a static measure. We need to keep on taking measures to ensure that the confidence, the integrity of the systems is maintained. There have been instances when a capital market entity or bank fails. It is unable to meet its obligation to its depositors or probably its creditors or investors, which can cause problems for the wider economy. It is here that regulator, through regulations, we aim to enforce applicable laws, prosecute cases of market misconduct, license providers of financial services, protect clients, and investigate complaints, and maintain the confidence through these kind of measures. When you talk about a successful financial regulation, it is meant to prevent market failures. It is meant to promote microeconomic stability. It's meant to protect investors, and it mitigates the effects of financial failures on the real economy. We have used these regulations also to improve transparency, which on its own protects the investors and prevents market failures. When we talk about regulation, what are the various facets of the regulation? You have prudential regulation, investor protection. This is how we do. And when we talk of prudential regulations, it starts off with ensuring that the entity who do business in the markets, they have sufficient margin to trade safely and have the appropriate risk management measures in place to control any kind of risks. You have authorization from SEBI, from the regulator, which means that only firms that are allowed to operate in the market, only they can come in. You have investor protection measures. We ensure that the market participants treat their customers or their investors fairly. You have mechanism in place to ensure that the grievance redressal of the customers are looked into very fairly on an expeditious basis. Then you have supervision, enforcement. Regulator takes up the supervision to ensure that the firms who are operating in the market, they follow the rules and regulations. We make sure that these entities who are operating in the market are following the rules, which is sometimes very strict. In the process of supervision, SEBI sometimes follows the risk-based supervision model, wherein we only take up the supervision of those entities probably who pose probably a much more risk than the other entities. When we talk about enforcement, the enforcement is there to basically ensure that it mitigates the poor behavior of the entities in the markets. And when a firm and an entity does not adhere to the market rules, steps are taken to make sure that the rules are regulated and exemplary punishments are imposed. Financial markets also ensures, or it makes it possible to separate the ownership and management, which is a practical necessity for running large organizations. We all understand that there are companies out there. We use the term shares, where an investor takes up a part of the company and it is called as a share. There are corporations out there who have probably thousands and lakhs of investors as their shareholders, who may be having different tastes, wealth and risk tolerances. The separation and ownership and management is a fundamental condition which ensures that there is successful operation of that entity, and it allows flowing of capital into the economy. This in turn actually ensures that there's an efficient allocation of resources because of an informed decision that has been taken by the investors. Similarly, you have derivatives today in the markets, which is efficiently being used by the producers of produce, which we call them as farmers. These people use these kind of mechanisms for hedging their produce, knowing very well that there are vagaries of prices which can have an effect on the produce. So this is how the regulators ensured that even a producer of a farm produce is able to hedge his risks through capital market. The stock market has been an aggregator to ensure that there are diverse opinions of the market participants, and it ensures that each of these market participants can convey how much of an equity company is worth under the current management. This is ensured through ensuring that there is a parity of information availability to the investors. Today, whatever information is available in the markets of a corporation, it is also available with the investor at the same time that he has. So therefore, in case a corporation doesn't perform to its mark, then you have investors out there taking a view on the corporation based on the information available with them. So this basically ensures a gyration in the stock prices, but actually it's a reflection of the investors' interest in that stock. I call it that way. When a company announces a future plan, such as starting a new project or the takeover of another company, the price of the stock responds in a certain manner, which may be positive for some, which may be negative for some. But the management of the company can also observe the stock price reaction and learn what the market participants collectively think of its proposed plan. So this is how the market is a barometer, not only for the economy, but even for the company. Today, the financial markets has become a source of judging point on how global or national economies are performing in today's scenario. The effect of economic policies, such as fiscal, monetary, can easily be observed on the stock market and on the bond markets. The volume of trades that happen in the stock exchanges, they also reflect the performance of the businesses as well as on the nation. To sum it up all, I can only say that the financial markets are used by developed economies to maintain their economic and social stability and increase their economic level. Let it be a dominant or a developing economy, they all have to look at their financial markets to finance their balance of payments or to accelerate their development agenda for social and economic stability. For new economies or developing economies, the growth of the financial market depends on the reforms that is taken by their government. Also, reforms by the government has to be in such a way that it should match the frequency of the local or international levels of the international requirement of the investors' requirements. Therefore, it is imperative that our nation must achieve high economic growth to cater to the growing aspirations of its people. And in this regard, the large capital and efficient distribution of capital is needed, which can only be possible through efficient and developed financial markets. With this, I say thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Honestly speaking, Rajeshji, I am in public life since 2008. Active in the Delhi Stock Exchange, DSE Financial, then NME, then FICE, then CPI. And have shared dives with many of the office bearers of SEBI, including two chairmen. Today, when you were speaking, normally the regulators speak only from the regulator point of view. That's what I have listened to at least 12 to 14 of the senior executives of the SEBI. But today, we are thankful that you spoke on the subject also. So special thanks for that. And now I am calling upon one of the most known face for all of us, Dr. Shashank Saxena ji. Dr. Shashank Saxena ji is the Senior Economic Advisor in the Ministry of Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance, a 1987 batch Economic Service Officer in all departments of Finance Ministry. He has worked, even in banking also. He is MA, MSc, LLB, PhD in agricultural economics. He has written many books, but for the commodity market in the bureaucracy, he used to be an authority. Today, he is looking after the FSLRC, FSD Cci, and a very big responsibility that the coming year, G20 chairmanship is coming to India. And the Prime Minister will be the chairman of the G20, and the Secretariat of the G20 will be handled by Dr. Shashank Saxena only. He has come twice previously in our convention, 6 months back. Virtually, he spoke on in our managing committee also. Dr. Shashank Saxena, a senior bureaucrat from the Government of India.
Thank you, Sabharwalji. It's my pleasure to be here. Shri Multani, Shri Dangeti, Shri Patil, Shri Kapoor, Shri Okhar, Shri Sanya, ladies and gentlemen. You have heard the market perspective, the industry perspective, and even the regulatory perspective of the financial markets. And what is the relationship between the economy and development of economy and the financial market, and what needs to be done to further strengthen this relationship. I would like to endorse and echo some of the points that my previous speakers have spoken. First of all, it's an empirical fact, and there have been many studies which try to explore the relationship between the economic development and the financial market. And these empirical studies indicate that there is a contemporaneous relationship between the development. So both support each other. If you look at the theoretical basis behind why this is so, I think of only 2 factors or 3 factors which may be relevant here and which will basically guide the public policy. So I would like to give the public policy perspective of the financial markets and how the financial markets work. In any economy where you are having economic agents, they can exchange their services or goods through the mechanism of financial market. And in the financial market, I include not just the financial institution, but the institutional frameworks also of monetary system, the payment system, even some of the institutions like monetary policy committee, because now we have inflation targeting monetary policy framework, where you have instituted a independent body which decides about which basically affects the interest rates in the economy. And so I look at the financial markets as an amalgam of all these entities like institutions, institutional frameworks, and even the public infrastructure which have been created in the form of legal framework. So as you know, and there has been now greater confidence that because of the formation and functioning of the monetary policy, the inflationary expectations have been anchored in India, and that's how the central bank could experiment with the changes in the policy rate during the COVID time to support the economy, because that is the mandate. Price stability, keeping the considerations of economic growth in mind. That's the mandate of Monetary Policy Committee. So the factors which are basic to the functioning of any financial market, I consider transparency, the transaction costs, which are very important. So all the efforts of the public authorities, including government and regulator, is to all efforts are geared towards improving the efficiency of market, whether it is about creating electronic trading platform or demat system or the clearing corporation. I think all these efforts are geared towards improving the efficiency. And efficiency is important because if you don't have efficient system, then the information, then the exchange of goods and services between the economic agents cannot happen efficiently, and you can't achieve sustained growth if you don't have this. Insofar as transaction cost is concerned, I think this is important only because if you can control the the transaction costs or all-in cost in providing the financial services, then only you can achieve inclusive economic growth. And so the transaction cost and if you look at the previous history of our reform efforts, you will find that there were major reforms which were basically geared towards tackling this issue of transaction cost and how to minimize the transaction cost for exchange of the exchange relationship between the economic agents. And this effort is continuing. I mean, whether you see in the space of banking services, insurance services, capital market services, or pension services, you will find that all the efforts are now being made to address this problem through technology. One of the previous speakers has, in fact, spoken about use of technology. And as you know, the technology or technological innovation is basically transforming the way the financial market. I mean, all the efforts of public authorities are geared towards that, to incorporate to use the financial innovations or technological innovations in the financial sector to address this issue of transaction costs, to improve the efficiency, because if there is an information asymmetry in the financial market, obviously the resource allocation will not be efficient, as Rajesh has talked about this information asymmetry issue, and how this could be tackled through the strengthened regulatory reforms and through strengthened institutions, market institutions, in terms of their risk management frameworks. And if you look at the global standards, you will find that we are compliant on almost all the global standards which were agreed to by the global community following the global financial crisis. So there are a number of such standards which have been prescribed and which have been collated and monitored now by the Financial Stability Board. You will find that India is compliant on most of those global standards. So it also helps us in the in our interaction with the global community. And as you know, the financial markets are now increasingly becoming integrated with the global markets. So imbibing those principles and standards and norms in our system, in our institutional framework, by doing that, we'll also be moving towards greater integration and integration with the global system. And I think this is a work in progress. I can't say that we have done whatever is to be done, and but I think whatever efforts we make, whatever reforms we introduce, these will be guided by these public policy objectives. And I think now we have greater responsibility on the market participants, on the market institutions, on the regulators and the government to continue to work towards further developing the markets, the financial markets, so that the financial services and the access of financial services, access to the common person is actually realized to a greater degree. I mean, as you know, we have different levels of development insofar as the banking services, insurance services, pension services, and capital market services are concerned. And there is scope for further improvement, but going forward, I think we will be guided by these public policy objectives. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Satyana. Always available to the capital market intermediaries for your views. Before I call Saurav Sanyalji, our CEO, for the vote of thanks, I will that as a token of remembrance, we will be just giving one small token of remembrance. So first of all, I invite one of our senior most member of the industry, Mr. Ashok Agarwal, to present it to Dr. Shashank Saxena. Mr. Ashok Agarwal, Chairman Globe Capital, and the largest clearing member of the country. I request Mr. Mohit Luthra, the Assistant Secretary General of PhD Chamber, to present it to the regulator, Mr. Rajesh Dangaiti, the Regional Director, SEBI. Mr. Mohit Luthra, Assistant Secretary General. I request one of the senior member of PhD, Mr. Ashok Mittal, who is also running a very large NBFC and was my past colleague in the CPAI also, to present it to Mr. Sameer Patil, the Chief Business Officer. I request Madhvi Kashyap, the senior CMA, though by age she doesn't look like that much, to present it to Mr. Gaurav Kapoor. I thought that at least one lady I should also call, Madhvi Kashyap. I request Mr. Abhay Chandelia, a senior chartered accountant, to present it to Mr. Sanjay Gakkar. Abhay Chandelia was here 2 minutes back. Okay, Parag ji, you can come. And now I request our CEO and Secretary General, Colonel Saurav Sanyal, to give the concluding remarks and vote of thanks.
Thank you, Sabarwal ji. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the PhD Chamber and on my own, I present our sincere vote of thanks to all those who are present here, especially the dignitaries, our guest of honors, Dr. Shashank Saxena ji, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Finance, and Shri Rajesh Kumar Dangeti, Regional Director, NRO, SEBI. There are large number of eminent speakers on the dais. Shri Samir Patil, Chief Business Officer, BSE Limited. Thank you, sir, for sparing your time, giving us wonderful observation and presentation. Shri Gaurav Kapoor, Vice President, National Stock Exchange of India Limited. Thank you, sir, for sparing your time and coming here and giving your observations. Shri Sanjay Gakkar, Vice President, Business Development, Multi-Community Exchange of India Limited. Thank you, sir, for coming and gracing the occasion. Shri Mr. Rajesh Dangeti, Regional Head, Northern Regional Office, Securities and Exchange Board of India, and Dr. Shashank Saxena. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to thank all our partners who are listed here on the backdrop towards the right, our associate partners, CPAI, and all these sponsors. Without their effort, we would not have been able to have this conference. And also our annual partners who are always there with us, all together with Phd Cci, who are also listed on the left-hand side of the backdrop. Thank you so much, our partners, for supporting us and guiding us throughout the conferences. The market landscape, as was discussed here, has changed significantly in the last decade. And technology, which is a very, very important tool, I was discussing this prior to the conference with our distinguished speakers, is playing a wonderful role in the capital markets. Because of this, there has been a huge transparency in the capital markets, and the normal Aam Aadmi is able to invest, he is able to exit, and he is also able to make some good money out of this. Even a common man is making this. So we congratulate all the stalwarts and captains of the capital markets who are sitting here for this wonderful, wonderful initiative. To conclude, as we plan for Amrit Kal, I would say that India of today is no longer the India of yesterday. As was rightly brought out by our president, by our chair of the committee, Mr. B.K. Sabarwal, India at 2047 is going to see a phenomenal change where India will be leading from the front with our excellent government in place, with governance in place, and with all our MSMEs becoming stalwarts, whether internationally or nationally, and driving this country forward. With these words, I once again thank each one of you for sparing your time here and coming, and wish you a 100% success when India is celebrating its 100 years. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thanks to we'll just have a group photograph. Thanks to all the people. I'm just saying that we will be immediately starting our technical session. That is business and investment opportunities in capital market and commodity market. And one of the best panel one can think of, that is, though with the attendance, I have to apologize to all the panelists that we could not, third time I am apologizing, that could not have that attendance. The next session will be chaired by no other than Mr. D.K. Agarwal, who is a legend in the capital market industry and also is the past president of the PhD chamber. And the other three speakers will be the three TV personalities to whom we almost every day find on the TV channel: Mr. Sanjeev Bhasin, Mr. Sandeep Jain, and Dr. Ravi Singh. And of course, the fifth one is from the next gen, Mr. Ankit Agarwal, who is from the Globe Capital. That is the next gen. And I'm very happy that probably he will be speaking for the first time in such a big audience, and thanks to his mother and his wife also, who are here to listen to him. So we'll immediately change the panel. Please, sir. Mohit ji, aa jao, Shivani, aa jao. I request everyone to be there. The next panel is one of the best ones. बाहर छोड़ने नहीं आ रहा हूँ, मैं फोन कर रहा हूँ तो लोग चले जाएंगे। बाहर जाके रोको शिवानी, छोड़ दो, बाहर जाके रोको, टेबल भी हटा दो। लोग बुलाओ, आप छोड़ दो शिवानी इसको। शिवानी, बाहर लोग जा रहे हैं, भेजो अंदर, कोई अंदर नहीं है लोग। मैंने चाय ब्रेक कर दिया, नहीं किया तो वो टेबल भी हटा लो। तीसरा सर 2 मिनट आई। I call upon Mr. D.K. Agarwal, Mr. Sanjeev Bhasin, Mr. Sandeep Jain, Mr. Ankit Agarwal, and Dr. Ravi Singh to please come on the dais. Sandeep ji, my again apology to Sanjeev Bhasin ji and Sandeep Jain ji. Probably this will be the lowest ever attendance of the audience to which they will be addressing. All those people who are sitting at the back can come on the front side. I will request President Sahab to be here for some time. Chaliye, I will just give the brief introduction of the people on the dais. In the middle, chairing the today's session is Mr. D.K. Agarwal. He is the president of the SMC group, and he is our past president of the PhD chamber also, and a veteran in the capital market. Second to me is Mr. Sandeep Jain. Mr. Sandeep Jain, I am also giving very short introduction only. Mr. Sandeep Jain, though he is there in the capital market for 25 years, I remember that his uncle used to have a leading most company. He used to be the president of Delhi Stock Exchange, Mr. Harish Basin, studied from Shriram College of Commerce, and today he is an expert on the capital market, among the people popularly known as the perpetual bull. Talk about Indian growth only mostly. And next to Mr. D.K. Agarwal is another TV personality, Mr. Sandeep Jain. Mr. Sandeep Jain has been there on almost all the channels. And I remember that 4 years CNBC Awas had a program that giving an award of the best analysis that whatever you have recommended and what happened after 2 months. So in 3 of them, he only has won the BMW car or the Mercedes. Champion of the award also. Last is Dr. Ravi Singh. Though he is an agricultural economist only, started his career with D.K. Agarwal ji in SMC, but then worked for the Carby, and presently he is on the as research head of the Share India Securities, which is the today the leading most firm of the country in the options. Dr. Ravi Singh is there on that ET Sambar. What is called ET Sambar? ET Swadesh. कम पढ़े लिखे आदमी है ना जी, तो ET Swadesh every day, twice a day. Previous to that, he used to be on the various. He used to be on the business also, CNBC Awards also, and has won many awards. I was when talking about the Rajesh Dangaiti ji, that in the trade fair, what I was talking of, in the trade fair, the best 2 analysts, which were those speakers were called by the public, were nobody other than the Sandeep Jain and Dr. Ravi Singh only. And to my extreme left is Mr. Ankit Agarwal. I may have all others because I have given their many a times they had shared dice with me. He is sharing for the first time. He is director with the Globe Capital, looking after the wealth management portion of the Globe Capital. And from the staff of the Globe Capital, many of whom are very close to me, I have come to know that after he has joined the Globe Capital, especially in day-to-day trading, the Globe Capital has earned a lot of money. Matlab that he is one of that. So today we'll able to listen to his views also. So now I straight away hand over to the chairperson of chairman of the session, Mr. D.K. Agarwal, the past president of PhD and one of the most veteran in the capital market, to take the session forward. Sir, you will have 50 minutes for the session.
चलिए, मैं क्योंकि सेशन में टाइम कम है तो मैं ज़्यादा टाइम इसमें डिवोट नहीं करूँगा। बट आई थिंक कैपिटल मार्केट की जब हम बात करते हैं, हमें दिमाग में आता है कि हम हाउ वी कैन बेनिफिट फ्रॉम दिस मार्केट। मैं एक एग्जांपल देके बताता हूँ कि अगर किसी ने 1980 के अंदर 1 लाख रुपए लगाए होते तो आज कितने पैसे बनते? एनीबडी फ्रॉम द बैक? नहीं, अगर आपने 1 लाख रुपए कुछ स्टॉक्स के अंदर लगाए होते रैंडमली, मान लीजिए जो इंडिया के उस समय के टॉप 30 स्टॉक्स में लगाए होते, तो वो कितने पैसे बन जाते? लेट अस पुट इट दिस वे। मुझे लगता है यहाँ के लोग कुछ ज्यादा ही भूल है। मुझे लगता है पूरी तरह से यहाँ के ऑडियंस के ऊपर वसीम साहब का पूरा इम्पैक्ट है। अगर आप एफडी में लगाते तो इट वुड हैव बिकम 26 लाख एफडी के अंदर, और अगर आपने गोल्ड में लगाया होता तो मे बी 34 to 35 लाख। डेट में भी लगाते तो इसी के बीच में पैसा बनता। बट अगर यही पैसा आपने उस समय इंडिया के बेस्ट 30 स्टॉक्स में लगाया होता, दैट वुड हैव बिकम 5.85 crore rupees एज ऑफ डेट। सो दैट इज द पावर ऑफ कैपिटल मार्केट। अभी हम बात करते हैं कि जैसे कि आप ये सब बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन आने वाले टाइम में वी आर हियरिंग दैट वर्ल्ड मार्केट के अंदर एवरी डे वी कम टू नो, डेली कोई ना कोई बैड न्यूज आ रहा है कि भी इन्फ्लेशन 40-year हाई पे है, इंटरेस्ट रेट इज गोइंग अप। फेड की जब भी मीटिंग होती है पता लगता है 75 बेसिस पॉइंट बढ़ा दिया, और आने वाले टाइम में भी बोल रहे हैं कि द अप्रोच इज गोइंग टू बी वेरी हॉकिश, दे आर गोइंग टू इंक्रीज इट मे बी नवंबर ऑल्सो बाय अनदर 75 बेसिस पॉइंट। ताइवान और चाइना, पता नहीं कब चाइना ताइवान पे अटैक कर दे। आई डोंट नो हाउ फार दिस विल बिकम ट्रू। अभी भी चाइना के अंदर जो पता लगता है कि कभी फिर लॉकडाउन हो गया, और र्यूमर्स तो आजकल बहुत आ रही है। आई एम श्योर कि यू मस्ट बी ऑल अवेयर, कितना सच है वी डोंट नो। रशिया यूक्रेन में भी जब वॉर शुरू हुआ था तो लग रहा था कि 5-10 दिन के अंदर ये खत्म हो जाएगा, इट विल बी इजी फॉर रशिया टू टेक ओवर। बट नाउ वी कम टू नो कि इतना टाइम हो गया और अभी भी देयर इज नो एंड टू दिस वॉर। ऐसे ही जो जीडीपी की ग्रोथ जो पिछले साल 6.2% थी, अब पता लग रहा है कि नाउ दैट ग्रोथ इज गोइंग टू कम डाउन टू 3.2%, और नेक्स्ट ईयर में बोल रहे हैं कि ये 2% के आसपास आ जाएगी। यूरोप की बात करें, चाइना की बात करें, यूएस की बात करें, तीनों जगह ग्रोथ का बुरा हाल है। 2 से 3% इस साल में बोल रहे हैं, अगले साल में 1 से 1.5% की ग्रोथ की बात हो रही है। I mean, daily we hear bad news about global economy and there is no end to it. और मार्केट्स भी हम देखें तो कभी 3% नीचे गिरा है, कभी 4%। डाउ जो नेस्डेक, एवरी डे द मार्केट्स आर डाउन। और हम बात कर रहे हैं कि इंडियन इक्विटी के अंदर अगर किसी ने पैसा लगाया हो 1980 के अंदर, और आज वो पैसा 6 करोड़ के आसपास बन गया, तो वेदर ये पैसा आगे ऐसे बनने वाला है। इंडिया की अगर हम बात करते हैं, अभी आज का जो टॉपिक है 1947, इंडिया 1947, सॉरी 2047, 100 साल बाद 1947 के, आज से 25 साल बाद। तो मोदी जी ने बोला कि हमारा अमृत काल है, और इस 25 साल के अंदर हम बोल रहे हैं कि हमारी गोल्डन, जो हम पहले सोने की चिड़िया हमें बोला जाता था, वो वाली जर्नी हमारी अब शुरू हो गई है। बट एक्चुअलिटी क्या है? आज भी वी आर द फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी, ग्रोइंग एट ए लास्ट ईयर 9%। इस बार भी हम बोल रहे हैं 8-8.5% हम ग्रो करेंगे, एंड आने वाले टाइम में भी वी आर गोइंग टू ग्रो बाई 7-8%। मैं एक और एग्जांपल देता हूँ। अभी हमारा जो जीडीपी है वो $3.1 ट्रिलियन है। जैसे जीडीपी की जो कैलकुलेशन होती है आप सबको पता ही होगा, अगर जीडीपी 8% से ग्रोथ हो रही है, उसमें हम इन्फ्लेशन ऐड कर देते हैं, उससे वी कैलकुलेट की जो जीडीपी एट द करंट प्राइसेस, अगले साल हमारी जीडीपी क्या होगी, उससे अगले साल फिर क्या होगी। तो ये 8% और अभी 6% है, मैं इसको 4% एवरेज लेता हूँ। वो इन्फ्लेशन 6% भी हो सकता है, जीडीपी 8 के साथ भी हो सकती है। तो मैं एक एवरेज 12% की ग्रोथ अगर मैं मान के चलता हूँ अगले टाइम में, तो ये एक फॉर्मूला है कि 72 डिवाइडेड बाई परसेंटेज, आपका उसमें अगर जो भी आता है उससे आपका पैसा डबल होता है। तो 72 डिवाइडेड बाई दिस 12% इट कम्स 6। तो 6 साल के अंदर हमारी इकोनॉमी डबल हो जानी चाहिए। फ्रॉम $3.1 ट्रिलियन, मैं बोलता हूँ कि 6 ट्रिलियन की हमारी इकोनॉमी हो जाएगी बाई 2024। एंड बाई 2030 सॉरी 2022 है अभी, 2028 में वी वुड बी ए $6 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, 2034 वी शुड बी ए $12 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी। और अगर मैं इसी को आगे ले जाऊं तो बाई 40 वी शुड बी ए $24 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, एंड बाई 2047-48 वी शुड बी ए हाउ मच, $48 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी। 3 से 48, 16 गुना। आज हमारा सेंसेक्स, क्योंकि जो मार्केट कैप है वो भी 100% के करीब 110% है, मैं मान के चलता हूँ जो हमारे कॉर्पोरेट्स हैं उनकी भी ग्रोथ, जो जीडीपी की ग्रोथ हो रही है और जो इन्फ्लेशन है उतनी होती है, जनरली उनकी ज़्यादा होती है। 12% है तो मैं 15% मान के चलता हूँ कॉर्पोरेट की होती है, बट आई एम अज्यूमिंग कि कहीं भी ऊपर नीचे होगा तो 12% तो ग्रोथ हमारी कॉर्पोरेट्स की होगी। अगर वो कॉर्पोरेट की ग्रोथ होती है तो भी हमारा 16 गुना सेंसेक्स, अगर आज जो सेंसेक्स है 16 गुना सेंसेक्स हो जाएगा। मैं आपको बोलूं कि आज सेंसेक्स मानिए 60,000 है, 16 गुना कितना होता है, 9,60,000। 2047 में ये 9,60,000 होगा या 10 लाख होगा। अगर मैं आपको ये कैलकुलेशन नहीं बताता तो आप कहेंगे कि क्या बात कर रहे हैं। सो माई सेंस इज, इंडिया के अंदर हम अभी ग्रोथ की बात कर रहे हैं एज अपोज टू द ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी। इंडिया की अगर हम देखें आज मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में, ऑटोमोबाइल में वी हैव बिकम सेकंड लार्जेस्ट मैन्युफैक्चरर। स्टील के अंदर भी वी हैव बिकम द सेकंड लार्जेस्ट मैन्युफैक्चरर। मतलब जिस फील्ड में देखें ऐसा लगता है कि इंडिया बहुत तेजी से भाग रहा है, बट वर्ल्ड मार्केट गिर रहा है। ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है कि इंडियन मार्केट ना गिरे? अभी पीछे हमने देखा कि वर्ल्ड मार्केट 20% गिर गया, इंडियन मार्केट सिर्फ 2-3% गिरा। पिछले 1 अक्टूबर 2021 से आज तक 2 लाख करोड़ की एफपीआई ने सेलिंग की, 2 लाख करोड़ 1 अक्टूबर 2021 से लेके आज तक। हमारा मार्केट गिरा ही नहीं। उस समय 17,500 का इंडेक्स था निफ्टी, और आज निफ्टी 17,100 के करीब है, हार्डली एनी फॉल। वर्ल्ड मार्केट्स ऑलमोस्ट 20%, 25% तक गिरे हैं, बट वी आर नॉट फॉलन। ऐसी क्या चीज है? वाई इज इट ए रियल थिंग? मतलब ये क्या हो रहा है कि हमारा मार्केट नहीं गिर रहा? वाई आर मार्केट्स आर सो रेजिलिएंट? सो आई वुड लाइक टू आंसर सम ऑफ दिस क्वेश्चंस, एंड आई वुड आल्सो एक्सपेक्ट माय पैनल टू टॉक अबाउट दैट। वाई आर मार्केट्स आर सो रेजिलिएंट, और इज इट ए रियल थिंग? अगर ये ऐसा है तो एवरीबडी शुड इन्वेस्ट इन दिस मार्केट। सो वाई आर मार्केट्स आर नॉट फॉलोइंग? मैं आपको कुछ चीजें जो मेरे को लगता है, वन दैट वी आर, when world is talking that there is a degrowth, there is a slowdown, but we are talking of growth. आज भी हम ग्रो कर रहे हैं। सेकेंडली, मैं आपको बताता हूं कि जो एफपीआईज हैं, जब वो माल बेचते थे, तो अगर वो माल बेचते हैं या माल खरीदते हैं तो रैली आती है मार्केट में, और मार्केट अगर बेचते हैं तो गिरता है मार्केट। और इट इज ए डिमांड सप्लाई मिसमैच यूज्ड टू बी देयर। जब भी वो आई मीन रीजन और नो रीजन, अगर वो बेच रहे हैं तो मार्केट गिर जाएगा बुरी तरह से। पहले जो एफपीआई का शेयर था, अब वो एफपीआई का जो एनएससी के अंदर लिस्टेड इक्विटीज है, उसके अंदर एफपीआई का जो इन्वेस्टमेंट है दैट हैज कम डाउन टू 20%, विच इज 9-year low. Their stake is 20% in the NSE listed scripts, which is 9-year low. And against this, the retail, they have invested more than 8%. in the listed entities of NSE, which is 14-year high. Similarly, our domestic institutions, they have invested almost 7.5 to 8%, which is a very large figure. वो क्यों है? Because now our retail is become a big power. You all have become a big power. आपने जो पैसा 12,000 करोड़ रुपए हर महीने जो म्यूचुअल फंड के पास आ रहा है, that is a big amount. और एक स्टेबल पैसा आ रहा है, जो पैसा विड्रॉ नहीं हो रहा, जो पैसा इन्वेस्टर लगा रहा है with a long term view. I think these two factors, our retail and our domestic institutions, जो टोटल मिला के 15-16% बढ़ता है, they have become a big power against these FPIs, जो कि पहले अपने whim and fancies के हिसाब से मार्केट को गिरा देते थे, मार्केट को बढ़ा देते थे. Now they cannot do this. आज वर्ल्ड में अगर कोई भी वर्ल्ड में प्रॉब्लम है, इंडिया में प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, तो why our market should fall? Rather, जैसे मैं बताना चाहूँगा, जब भी स्लो डाउन होता है, what happens? क्रूड के जो प्राइसेस हैं, चाइना, यूएस, ये सब बहुत बड़े कंज्यूमर हैं, तो क्रूड इंडिया के अंदर इज ए वन ऑफ द लार्जेस्ट इंपोर्टेड आइटम, और क्रूड इज ए कोस्ट जो कि जिसका एक मल्टीप्लायर इफेक्ट आता है हर एक चीज के अंदर. अगर क्रूड के प्राइसेस कम आ जाते हैं, दैट बेनिफिट्स इंडिया. और अगर स्लो डाउन है, वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमी के अंदर स्लो डाउन है, विच वी नेवर वांट, बिकॉज कहीं ना कहीं वो भी हमें अफेक्ट करेगा, बट देयर आर अ ब्लेसिंग इन द डिस्गाइज. तो जब उसके प्राइस कम होते हैं क्रूड के, दैट बेनिफिट्स अस. तो एक स्लो डाउन का एक ब्लेसिंग इन डिस्गाइज है कि क्रूड के प्राइसेस कम हो रहे हैं, और दैट विल बेनिफिट द कंट्री. सिमिलरली, सिंस वर्ल्ड इज इन प्रॉब्लम, यूरो, द 3 इकोनॉमीज, यूरो, यूएस एंड चाइना, इन्वेस्टर को पैसा तो लगाना है, कहीं ना कहीं तो लगाना है. नाउ देयर इज ए फ्लाइट टू सेफ्टी. पहले वो फ्लाइट टू सेफ्टी जनरली यूएसए होता था. नाउ आई एम वेरी हैप्पी that India is becoming that economic power. Now India has become the place, India has become the destination. I mean, there are many things, because I don't want to steal the thunder of my panel speakers. So I would let them talk about this. With this I end. Thank you. मैं सबसे पहले, क्योंकि उसको तो मैं थोड़ा बाद में रखूंगा अपने साथ, I will ask Sandeep ji to speak on this.
थैंक यू सो मच डीके जी. इनफैक्ट आपने बहुत कुछ ऐसा बोला जो मैं बोलना चाहता था. इंडिया इज द बिगेस्ट एसेट क्लास. कोई पूछता है ना, वेयर डू यू इन्वेस्ट, वेयर डू यू हैव टू इन्वेस्ट, व्हाई मार्केट्स आर गोइंग अप इन इंडिया, सो व्हाई थिंग्स आर गेटिंग डीकपल्ड. तो आई थिंक इट इज इंडिया, एंड इंडिया हैज बिकम द बिगेस्ट एसेट क्लास. जिस तरीके से इंडिया में इन्वेस्टमेंट्स आ रहे हैं, रिटेल इन्वेस्टमेंट्स, सो उसके बारे में बात करेंगे. बट फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, सबरवाल जी, थैंक यू सो मच for giving me this opportunity to sit with the one of the most elite panels I have been with. Ankit ji, I'm so happy to see Ankit ji. In fact, I've attended his marriage some 2-3 years back, and I could see his mother also and wife also, and Ashok ji is my mentor. So whatever I am, in fact, one of the biggest roles Ashok ji has played in my life, because जब Globe Capital के पास हम clearing करने गए from one of the old regulatory, वो regulatory था actually, वो clearing company नहीं थे, so it was kind of a regulator only. ILFS की हम बात कर रहे हैं. Then when we went to them, I think that was one time, which really made us grow. And somehow Sabharwal ji, thank you so much for inviting. And बसीन साहब है, तो बसीन साहब तो देखिएगा आप लोगों को कैसा जोश चढ़ाएंगे. And actually I met my friend last week. बोलता मुझे सिर्फ एक ही जना अच्छा लगता है, तुम तो अच्छे ही नहीं लगते. बोले क्यों नहीं लगते हो? तो मेरे को खाली बसीन साहब अच्छे लगते हैं. क्यों लगते हैं? क्योंकि खराब रहता है मार्केट, जो भी रहता है, बट हमारे को जोश और होश में वही रखते हैं. सो बिग क्लैप टू बसीन साहब. आई सॉरी आई डेविएटेड फ्रॉम द टॉपिक, बट DK ji has actually set the tone. He started with the world economy, the countries. He talked about China, problems of Europe, US में भी issues, inflation, energy crisis, so much of the whole global macros. But I will talk about very micro, because I'm more of a micro cap and a small cap and a mid cap person. तो मेरी बातें एकदम छोटी रखूंगा मैं, and I'll stick to my investment opportunities. I really love the topic which I have been given, business and investment opportunities in capital markets. I have never seen so many opportunities, so much of opportunities. It's an ocean of opportunities to invest in equity markets and capital markets in India. Past में अगर हम देखते थे तो
I am from a very small town in northeast of the country, Assam से. म्यूचुअल फंड्स की पॉपुलैरिटी या इक्विटीज की पॉपुलैरिटी भी अभी 2000 में आई है, मतलब 2005, 6, 7 से मान लीजिए. एंड उस टाइम पे लोग वहां पे एफडी में एसआईपी करते थे. आई हैव सीन माय मदर डूइंग एन एफडी एसआईपी. सो एसआईपी वाज देयर एंड आई हैव सीन मेनी ऑफ माय रिलेटिव्स डूइंग दैट. बट वो म्यूचुअल फंड का तब भी वहां नहीं आया था. एंड थैंक्स टू सरोगेट और जैसा भी थैंक्स टू हर्षद मेहता, जो 1992 में जब वो आए तो एटलीस्ट स्टॉक मार्केट क्या होता है, यूटीआई क्या होता है, एंड ऑल दिस थिंग्स केम इनटू द पिक्चर. फिर धीरे धीरे कल्चर बढ़ा एंड तब इतनी अपॉर्चुनिटीज नहीं. थैंक्स टू रेगुलेटर्स आल्सो, दे हैव एक्चुअली ब्रॉट सो मेनी इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स, न्यू इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स. I'm very sure most of you must be knowing about SIPs and ETFs and all these old instruments. But जब हम RIT की बात करते हैं, REIT and InvITs, तो कितने लोग नहीं सुने इसके बारे में? I just want to see some hands being raised. REIT and InvIT, everyone has heard about these terms? Okay, एक जना. So last जब मैं 2 साल पहले जब इस टर्म के बारे में बात कर रहा था, when I came to IITF, when I was talking about these terms, there were very few people who even heard of these terms. So in last 2-3 years, things have been growing, and capital market is one place where you can see, you can actually invest in all the asset classes. If you want to invest in infra, you can do an InvIT. If you want to invest in real estate, don't buy a real estate elsewhere, buy an REIT here. Even I have done that in my mother's account, that she wants a rental income. So I thought, nothing doing, we don't have to buy a property, let's buy REITs. इससे 8% आपको रेंटल यील्ड आएगी और 3-4-5% शायद अप्रिसिएशन भी आ जाए. सो इवन राकेश झुंझुनवाला जी लास्ट 6-7 महीने में ही स्टार्टेड टॉकिंग अबाउट REITs again. So many of the leading investors have also started exploring REITs. And मुझे अजय बग्गा जी का स्पेशली मैसेज आया था कि देखो आपने तो पहले बोला था, झुंझुनवाला जी is also actually exploring REITs. So REITs is a fantastic instrument. Rather than buying a property, rather than unnecessarily being stuck up in the registrations and maintaining and finding out a tenant for the property, go for REITs. So capital market की ही ये opportunity है. So again, as DKG ended with, India is the biggest asset class. India is the best asset class, and believe me, I'm so bullish on India. I feel that the level of compliance and the level of corporate governance which we have seen in the last 2-3 years, and now every year it is going to go up and up, because the way the income tax figures, the GST figures are going up, that shows that the level of compliance in the country is going to go up tremendously. अभी तो कुछ हुआ ही नहीं, अभी तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर पिक्चर अभी बाकी है इंडिया की. जो पूरी पैरेलल इकोनॉमी जो ब्लैक में बोलते थे, वो सारी की सारी चीज अब जब यहाँ दिख रही है, जो टैक्सेशन के जो फिगर्स आ रहे हैं, एंड जो कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस, I have started recommending penny stocks, not penny, micro caps, nano caps, small caps since 2011-12. That point of time, it was very difficult to find a stock because the corporate governance risk was very high. And believe me, now I recommend one stock every day. Jain साहब के gems, hashtag Jain साहब के gems. देखा आप लोगों ने मुझे जैन साहब के जेम्स में? कितने लोगों ने देखा है? चलो ठीक है. अशोक जी सर ने नहीं देखा शायद. उन्होंने हाथ नहीं उठाए. वो जस्ट तो बट एनीवेज, सो एवरी डे आई कम अप विद एन आइडिया. माय क्राइटेरिया इज कि 200 करोड़ से नीचे की नहीं होनी चाहिए कंपनी, और 10,000 करोड़ या 5,000 करोड़. मार्केट खराब होता तो 10,000 करोड़ पे चली जाती है वो कैप, अदरवाइज 2,000-3,000 करोड़ के ऊपर मैं नहीं जाना चाहता. So I always try to find out companies, and nowadays I have seen the level of governance, the level of compliance in all the companies. The promoters have actually been so ambitious to get a good P multiple to increase the market cap. So now it is not actually P, price to earnings, it is price to corporate governance. जो पहले FMCGs को मिलते थे, जो MNCs को मिलता था, अब देखिएगा आप धीरे धीरे इंडियन बॉन्ड कॉर्पोरेट्स को मिल रहा है, बिकॉज एडुकेशन की क्वालिटी, मैनेजमेंट की क्वालिटी, मैन पावर की जो टीम की क्वालिटी है, दे हैव ट्रिमेंडसली गॉन अप. एंड आई हैव सीन सो मेनी स्मॉलर कंपनीज, उनके मैनेजमेंट को हम सुनते हैं टीवी पे, जब वो न्यूज पर व्यूज बोल के एक शो आता है जी बिजनेस पे अनिल जी का, विच इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट पॉपुलर शोज. एंड आई रियली रिकमेंड ईच एंड एवरीवन हियर टू एटलीस्ट वो जरूर देखें. अंकित जी आप देखते हो वो शो? मतलब हमें अब कहीं जाना नहीं पड़ता टू लिसन टू अ मैनेजमेंट। आपको कोई भी अननेसेसरली कंपनी विजिट नहीं करनी पड़ती है, मैनेजमेंट की कमेंट्री या कई बार आपको इधर उधर ट्रैवल करना पड़ता है, सब खत्म। यहाँ पे रोज 2 मैनेजमेंट आते हैं एंड आप उनको सुनिए और आराम से आपको फील आ जाती है कि प्रमोटर की इंस्टिंक्ट्स क्या है, प्रमोटर की पर्सनैलिटी कैसी है। सो वी रियली वॉच दैट एंड उससे बहुत फायदा मिलता है। सो दिस इज वन थिंग, यू नो, कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस उससे पता चलता है, कंप्लायंस का पता चलता है। फिर मैंने SIPs और IPOs और ETFs, ये तो हम लोग एक प्राइमरी पार्टिसिपेशन इन मार्केट्स बोलते हैं। सी सेकेंडरी पार्टिसिपेशन कैन बी रिस्कियर एंड आई एम सीइंग लॉट्स ऑफ नॉन कैपिटल मार्केट प्रोफेशनल्स हियर आल्सो, क्योंकि PhD CCI का इवेंट है तो बड़े बड़े कॉर्पोरेट्स और डिफरेंट क्राउड भी है यहाँ पे, नॉट टिपिकली अ कैपिटल मार्केट क्राउड। सो मैं ये बोलूंगा कि ये 3 इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स को जरूर से एक्सप्लोर कीजिए, SIP, ETF एंड ETF की एक बात कह देता हूं, जितनी भी आप रिसर्च, जितने भी लोगों को आप सुन लो, जितनी भी पढ़ाई कर लो, द इजीएस्ट एंड द बिगेस्ट एंड द बेस्ट नो ब्रेनर इन्वेस्टमेंट इज एन इंडेक्स ETF। इंडेक्स ETF में इसलिए बोल रहा हूं कि दोनों एक्सचेंजेस के लोग हैं, सो आई वांट टू बी ए एक्सचेंज एंड ए पॉलिटिकल एंड सेंसेक्स ETF, दोनों में आप लोग प्लीज लगाइए एंड आपको 14% 15% नो ब्रेनर रिटर्न्स मिलेंगे, कुछ नहीं करना है। सो लॉन्ग टर्म पर्सपेक्टिव, हर महीना उसको गुड EMI की तरह लगाइए, कुछ दिमाग ही नहीं लगाना कौन से स्टॉक में पैसा लगाना है, किस में नहीं लगाना। एंड आप अपने प्रोफेशन में काम करते जाइए, बिजनेस में फोकस कीजिए, बिकॉज इन लास्ट 2 years वी हैव सीन मूनलाइटिंग। तो क्या देखा हमने, मूनलाइटिंग तो 2 कंपनी में काम करना है, यहाँ लोग मूनलाइटिंग के साथ साथ इक्विटी मार्केट का टर्मिनल भी चला के रखते हैं। जो मेरे पास सबसे ज्यादा CAs के फोन आए हैं और IT प्रोफेशनल्स के फोन आए हैं लास्ट 2 years में, और मैं सबको पूरा उनसे बात करके समझ के समझाता था भाई प्लीज स्टार्ट फोकसिंग ऑन योर करियर ओनली। आप यहाँ पे 20 लाख 25 लाख लगा के 5 लाख रुपए कमाओगे 20%। आप अच्छे से आपके अगर जहां पे 25 लाख 50 लाख की आपकी सैलरी है, वहां पे आप अच्छे से काम करोगे तो एक तो बात भी कम सुनने को मिलेगी, फोकस भी ज्यादा करोगे और वहां पे 10% का इंक्रीमेंट इजीली मिल जाएगा। तो ये 5 लाख वहां से भरपाई हो जाएगी। एंड लीव इट टू द एक्सपर्ट्स, गिव इट द मनी टू योर, यू नो, अगर ज्यादा पैसा तो यू कैन गो टू अ PMS, उससे ज्यादा पैसा तो यू कैन गो टू एन AIF, उससे ज्यादा पैसा तो यू कैन गो फॉर स्टार्टअप्स। सो फॉर ईच एंड एवरी लेवल ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट एंड रिस्क यू हैव डिफरेंट एसेट क्लासेस एंड डिफरेंट इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स। सो जो बिजनेस एंड इन्वेस्टमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटीज की बात कर रहे हैं, सो सेट तो टोन सेट किया है DK साहब ने, जो कि ग्लोबल और मैक्रोस के बारे में बात किया। मैंने माइक्रोस, जो हम लोगों ने कोई सेटिंग नहीं किया बात करने की कि हाउ वी विल स्पीक एंड यू नो व्हाट द थिंग विल बी, बट आई फील दैट यू नो। और फिर अगर डायरेक्ट इक्विटीज में आना है तो एक चीज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, जो मैंने रमेश दमानी जी से सीखी थी, जो मैंने बहुत बड़ी गलती की हुई है लाइफ में, और वो गलती ये थी कि बिना रिसर्च के, बिना सोचे समझे कुछ भी कर डालो। उस टाइम पे फंडामेंटल्स थोड़ा सा देख लिया, P मल्टीपल देख लेते थे, बट P मल्टीपल सब कुछ नहीं होता, बहुत सारी चीजें होते हैं। सो ट्राई टू लर्न फंडामेंटल एनालिसिस फर्स्ट, इट्स अ ग्रेट हॉबी ऑल्सो, इसको हॉबी की तरह लीजिए, पैशन की तरह लीजिए, बहुत मजा आने वाला है। फिर आप टेक्निकल एनालिसिस अगर सीख नहीं सकते हो तो एटलीस्ट हैव अ टेक्निकल एनालिसिस फ्रेंड, तो एक टीम बना लीजिए, दोनों को आप सुनिए और फंडामेंटल्स और टेक्निकल्स को मिक्स कीजिए और फिर आप काम कीजिए, तब आप डायरेक्ट इक्विटीज में आइएगा। डायरेक्ट इक्विटीज इज अ वेरी टफ नट टू क्रैक। इसमें आपको रिसर्च भी चाहिए, इसमें आपको रिस्क रिवॉर्ड रेशियो समझना बहुत जरूरी है और डिसिप्लिन बहुत जरूरी है और बहुत समय भी देना पड़ता है। बट अगेन लोगों को मजा तभी आता है जब थोड़ा बहुत अपनी रिसर्च से पैसा कमाए, बिकॉज नो ब्रेनर इन्वेस्टमेंट में तो फिर वो मजा ही नहीं आता है, वो किक तो मिलती नहीं है, तो किक के लिए आप ये काम कीजिए। सो दीज आर दी अपॉर्चुनिटीज आई टॉक्ड अबाउट। 16 टाइम्स आपने जो बोला 10 लाख, मतलब सेंसेक्स विल बिकम अ मिलियनर। सो ये मैंने भी कैलकुलेशन नहीं की थी, हमारे अनिल जी ने 25 स्टॉक्स निकाले थे, 25 साल के 25 स्टॉक्स, बट ये मेरे को आज ये पर्सपेक्टिव जो मिला, इट इज एन अमेजिंग पर्सपेक्टिव सर, थैंक यू सो मच। ये मैंने नोट किया इसलिए मुझे याद रह गया। सो thank you to PhD CCI, thank you to the regulators, thank you to the panel, and thank you everyone for listening to me and for a patient hearing.
I think it goes for a big round of applause. इतनी सरल भाषा के अंदर संदीप जी ने इतना बढ़िया हमें समझाया है, और मैं जो उन्होंने बोला है कि जोरी कोई जेम्स की परख होती है, तो इनके जो जेम्स हैं उनमें अगर इन्वेस्टमेंट करना है तो जो इन्होंने परखे हैं उसको आप जरूर देखिएगा, बिकॉज उनमें इन्वेस्टमेंट करना जो स्मॉल कैप और उसके लिए बहुत ज़्यादा रिसर्च की रिक्वायरमेंट है, एंड आपके पास बहुत ही अच्छी रिसर्च, बहुत अच्छा एक्यूमेन, ये सब बहुत जरूरी है. एंड आई थिंक ही इज डूइंग एन एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी जॉब. इनकी मुझे पता है कि ही इज ए वेरी वेरी पॉपुलर पर्सनालिटी ऑन द टीवी. और जहाँ ये जाते हैं इनकी फॉलोइंग इतनी है कि हर एक आदमी कहीं पे भी हो इमीडिएटली पहचान भी जाता है इनको. और जो इन्होंने बोला है कि जो एक लेमैन है जिसको अपने बिजनेस में फोकस करना है, अपने जॉब पे फोकस करना है, आई थिंक ETF, चाहे वो निफ्टी ETF है, सेंसेक्स का ETF है, गोल्ड के ETF भी है, तो आपको जो जिस एसेट क्लास में लगा रहे हैं, मान लीजिए आप निफ्टी में लगाया तो ETF उसका रिप्लिका है. अगर निफ्टी ने 20% आपको रिटर्न दिया तो आपको ETF में भी 20% के आसपास रिटर्न मिल जाएगा. तो आपको उसमें कुछ स्टडी करने की जरूरत नहीं है. अगर आप इंडिया इनकॉर्पोरेटेड के ऊपर आप बुलिश हैं, इंडियन इकोनॉमी के ऊपर आप बुलिश हैं, तो आप आंख बंद करके विद ए लॉन्ग टर्म व्यू आप उसमें पैसा लगाइए. एंड आई एम श्योर कि जितना इंडियन इकोनॉमी, जैसे हम बोल रहे हैं कि भी अगले 25 साल हमारे हैं, अगले कुछ तो बोलते हैं कि ये पूरी सेंचुरी हमारी है, तो अगर आपका भी ऐसा मानना है तो आप बिल्कुल ETF में पैसा लगाइए और यू विल रीप द डिविडेंड. अभी अगेन मेरे को ये लगता है कि मैं जो बुलिश थंडर है वो मैं बचा के रखूं, बिकॉज आई वांट टू एंड दिस सेशन विद लॉट ऑफ बुलिशनेस, विद लॉट ऑफ एंथुसियाज्म. बट मेरे साथ एक स्पीकर है जो कि इज ए वेरी शार्प माइंड, राकेश झुंझुनवाला जी. ऑफ कोर्स वी ऑल नो दैट ही वाज ए लेजेंड. एंड जो उनकी पकड़ थी, जो उनकी अंडरस्टैंडिंग थी, उसका कोई मुकाबला नहीं था. वो जिस फिल्म को आइडेंटिफाई करते थे, ही हैड दैट एक्यूमेन, he had that sixth sense कि वो आइडेंटिफाई कर लेते थे. तो जिनकी मैं बात कर रहा हूँ उन्होंने 10 मिनट का टाइम दिया राकेश झुंझुनवाला जी से उनके ऑफिस में मिलने का. एंड राकेश झुंझुनवाला जी फाउंड हिम सो नॉलेजेबल, सो इंटरेस्टिंग. वो मीटिंग दैट लास्टेड फॉर मोर देन ए आवर. तो मैं उनको इनवाइट करता हूँ, मिस्टर अंकित अग्रवाल.
Am I audible? So I am actually quite overwhelmed because, like Sabarwal ji said, I am representing the next gen, and as a person in my 30s, I just recently came into 30s, so I think I'm quite younger than the rest of the crowd. So I hope it goes well. And our esteemed dignitaries, I'm so happy to be speaking in front of you. I think my idols are on stage, and I look forward to them. Like Sandeep ji said, I watch all their shows on TV. Whenever we fall, I look for Sanjeev Bhasin ji when he will say, when will the market go up? So we all look for inspiration in life. And of course, my father is always there to guide me. So I'm really thankful to all of you in the industry for paving the way for the next gen. And of course, Sabarwal ji, who's basically the principal conductor in capital markets. And he's the principal conductor. हाँ जी, जैसे संदीप जी ने कहा, भीष्म पितामह है और he is the guiding light for all of us. So I want to make it interesting and थोड़ा सा let's do something different. First of all, it's very refreshing to be interacting face to face with you all, because it was 2 years of endless Zoom meetings, and I don't think we are able to communicate much what we want to say on Zoom. So I'm really glad to be speaking in front of you. So from my standpoint and the generation I come from, the common apprehension with everyone in stock market is they say that my father invested 10 years back or 25 years back and he lost money, and he's taken a promise for me not to ever invest in capital markets. And I think 50% of people I talk to say that one bad experience, once they lose money, they're like, we are not entering the markets again. I think one has to understand capital markets, like DK Agarwal ji said and Sandeep Jain said, you have to understand it is a long-term investment. 1979 to 2019, Sensex has delivered a CAGR of 16%. 16% CAGR compared to all other asset classes, it's more than 3 times. And we have to understand, if you will look at daily MTMs on your stock portfolios, you will be bound to sell it. I'll give you an example. A friend of mine who came to me, he said, I have a property I bought 5 years back and I bought it 10 crores. Now I will sell it at 15 crores. He went through the market, surveyed all the buyers, and he says that the best price I'm getting is 8 crores. So he was in liquidity crisis. I told sell it at 8 crores. He said, never, I'll never sell my property. I said, is it residential or are you staying in it or is it your office? No, it's just for investment. He says, no, but I'll keep it. I'll sell it at 15 crores whenever the time rises. Rather, I'll sell my portfolio of stocks. Then I told him why. I see daily MTM is 40% down. I said, your property is 20% down. Your stocks are good. It is down 40%. Fundamentally, they are good. If there is a fundamental re-rating or if there is some issue with the stocks, rebalance the portfolio. But otherwise, you should keep it. He said, no, I'll not sell my real estate investment. I'll sell my portfolio of stocks. So I think the biggest problem is that we see our daily MTM and we don't trust the stocks we own. Once you try and trust the stocks you own, you will gain money. Because as they say, 90% of traders and speculators lose money. But if you are in for the long haul, you will make a lot of money in capital markets and you will create wealth for the next generation. So I think this is something we all face being part of the industry. Another point I want to cover is because like Sabharwal ji said, I am in the wealth management and PMS profession. So a lot of my clients come to me and they say that we want a regular income portfolio. So as you know, when you think of regular income portfolio, you look at fixed income, either fixed deposit or bonds, or you will look at a rental property, real estate property, which you can put on rent. Let me tell you, if you want to make a portfolio, you can make a dividend yield portfolio of more than 6 to 8% and even as high as 10 to 11% in some stocks. So I think that thing of having a regular income, and this is much, much more than any rate, any bank giving you FD or any interest on bonds you will get. And of course, if you are thinking that you will do an investment in property for rentals, let me tell you, the maintenance expenditure is so much. And the occupants who would be basically staying in that property, it will be very tough to vacate them. So you have to understand the liquidity, you have to understand the investment tenure. And as we know, capital markets are the most liquid type of investment and they are tax friendly, as 10% on long term and 15% on short term is much better than any other returns, which is charged on a maximum marginal rate. So we have to understand that even on a taxation point of view, capital markets are much better wealth creators than any other form of investment. They also say to me that, you know, why should I am a risk averse investor? Why should I take a risk? I have a lot of FDs. I have 50 crores of FD. It will suffice my retirement, my kids' marriage needs, and future education needs. Let me tell you one thing. I tell them, you invest in FD at 5.5%. Inflation is currently 7%. You are actually losing money. 20 years down the line, your children will be poorer actually than you are. So I think FDs or bonds, they are just store of wealth. But if you want to create wealth or generate wealth, you will have to invest in equities. We don't have an option right now. And also coming from the next gen, you all know that cryptos and all these things are really hot in the market. We have, I think, the growth in demat accounts, which everyone talked about. We crossed 10 crore demat accounts in August. I think we have a lot of crypto accounts also. And we should try and convert them into equity because crypto is unregulated, first of all, and there is no base for it. And people are also investing in private equity without having any knowledge. Or private equity funds, you have to understand there is a lock-in period of 7 years in any private equity fund. If you want to have a liquid form of investment, I think equity is a superior product in all sense. And also, I hear from many people of my generation that we want to go for artificial intelligence, we want to go for cloud computing, machine learning. We want to invest in electric vehicles. There is nothing like that in Indian markets. Let me tell you, there is a stock and sector for every one of these technologies. And if you want to get into future technologies, you can go for the market. You can choose any investment theme, whether it be new technologies or any sector, whether technology or non-technology, you will have that in capital markets. Okay, so it's, I think, the 5th day of market falling, depending on the portfolio. But I think on average, we have had a very bad run in the last 5 days. So I think everyone's speaking about how capital market are good and everything, I think the mood would be not so good in the last 5 days. So let me just share with you. I think global challenges are there. The interest rates are rising. There is inflation everywhere. In some of the European economies, inflation is as bad as 70%. They don't have food. I just heard from somebody in Europe that people are on the streets. People are homeless due to food inflation. The consumer inflation in US is at 8.5%. It was more than 10% some days earlier, unheard. India is a brighter spot. CPI is at 7%. Our interest rate, our FD rate is 6% and CPI is at 7%. So actually, we are not that bad. Our interest rate are still sufficing us with inflation. But when you have US is 8.5% and some European countries at exorbitant rates, I think globally it is very challenging, especially with the Russia-Ukraine war, the geopolitical tensions with China, Taiwan. I'll take 5 minutes more, I think. Okay. I'll just summarize. So as I was advocating for India, why India is superior to the other major economies, India is a net commodity importer, and crude going below $80 will be big benefit for India. Number two, I think Make in India will get huge support as West is shifting its manufacturing base from China to India to create an alternate power. And you will be glad to know that by 2025, Apple plans to put 25% production of iPhones in India. So that would be a great manufacturing boost for India. Weight of India in MSI Emerging Market Index is at an all-time high at 15% compared to China's 30%. Today I read an article of BofA Securities. The return in the last 30 years of India in dollar terms is 7.6% compared to China's return of minus 1.4%. So when you are saying 30-year dollar return of 7.6% and China's minus 1.4% in 30 years, I don't know how China is at 30%, we are at 15%. It should be the opposite actually. So also, as you know, the GST collections are going up, corporate profits are going up, all the tax collections, and we see GDP growing at more than 7%. So I think the dream of 2047 is not far behind. And also, India as a domestic economy, we are a consumption-driven economy. We don't depend on global factors. If you see the restaurants, they're full. If you see the hotels, they're full. If you see airlines, whatever you see, it's full. So I think we are at a very bullish phase. And of course, in August, we crossed 10 crore demat accounts. So the habit of investing has inculcated in this lockdown, and I think it's continuing. So just to summarize, just last thing. So because it's the business and investment opportunities in capital and commodity markets, and I think all of us have some role to play. We can become a share broker, a sub broker, a distributor, a fund manager, investor, or a trader. I think we should all think of capital markets as a career option, even if you have an alternate career. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ankit. It was a very knowledgeable talk you gave. In fact, one of the reasons, like I asked, why our markets are resilient. So one of the things which he mentioned was that our share in emerging market index, MSCI emerging market index, it has gone to all-time high of 15%. So now a lot of FPIs who have to invest into emerging markets. So when they invest, automatically they invest into Indian market. So I think that is also providing a lot of support, and that will provide a cushion against FPIs who are withdrawing money. So that is one. And secondly, you talked that India is a consumption story. So we are becoming more independent. आत्मनिर्भरता का जो मोदी जी ने नारा दिया है, और third, India is becoming the factory of the world. So a lot of FDI, a lot of investment is coming to India. So that is in favor of India. I think these three regions, in addition to what I talk, you talk also about crude. So I think these are very valid regions which make India more resilient. And that is why we say that India is a story to talk about, and India is a market where to invest. So very insightful. And of course, you told why we should invest into equities because of the liquidity. Then there are options that you can have a portfolio which is giving you dividend, regular dividend, and plus you are investing into equity by way of, and enjoying the fruits of debt. I think that's a huge value addition to the audience. So I still believe that my friend Sanjeev Jain should speak in the last, because again, so I want him to be the best speaker to be in the last, so that all of you are glued to your seat. So I would request Mr. Ravi, Dr. Ravi, let me tell you, it was in 2005, I think, when Ravi, he came to me, and he was that time just fresh. I think you did statistics, PhD in statistics. So I hired him because I believe that he's somebody who can, add a lot of value to my arbitrage. And I tell you, my decision to hire him was a very, I'll say, one of the best decisions which I took. And he added a lot of, quality to our arbitrage, and a lot of pair trading, a lot of even that time, in 2009 when algo trading started. So he made a lot of strategies based on options, implied volatility. And he had been always asset to us, giving a lot of research input. And I'm very happy that he had worked with some very good organizations, and now again he's with I think a very good company, and making a lot of value addition there. So, and I'm sure today we are going to benefit from his knowledge. So over to you, Dr. Ravi.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, sure. Can I? थैंक यू डीके अग्रवाल जी। बहुत ही मैं आप लोगों की थोड़ी डेफिनेशन करेक्ट करना चाहता हूँ। अभी संदीप जी ने कुछ देर पहले कहा था सब्रवाल जी को कि भीष्म पितामह है। मैं थोड़ा सा करेक्शन करना चाहता हूँ, रिसर्च वालों थोड़ी रिसर्च जोड़ देता हूँ। मैं भीष्म पितामह अगर कहना हो और दिल्ली का बुक बिल अगर कहना हो, बिग बुल, तो मुझे लगता है डीके अग्रवाल जी से बड़ा कोई नहीं है। मैं ऐसा इसलिए कह रहा हूँ क्योंकि हम बिग बुल में हमेशा नाम सुनते हैं, इससे पहले हमने मुंबई के हमेशा देखे, लेकिन आज अगर आप देखें तो एक इम्पॉर्टेंट जगह पे, खास तौर से दिल्ली में, अगर कहीं भी कोई बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी, कोई स्टॉक मार्केट की बात की जाए तो कहीं कभी भी आपको देखने को मिलेगा वो जो प्लेटफॉर्म आज सेट हुआ है, जो दिल्ली भी अब एक तरीके से फाइनेंशियल कैपिटल की तरह डेवलप हो रहा है, वो अब मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि डीके अग्रवाल जी की वजह से, क्योंकि हर प्लेटफॉर्म पे मैंने इनको बोलते हुए सुना है, हर प्लेटफॉर्म पे एक नए अचीवमेंट्स दिए हैं। और भीष्म पितामह इसलिए क्योंकि हम जैसे बहुत से लोग इनके हाथ के नीचे से निकले हैं, जो आज मेरे लिए बहुत प्राइड की बात है कि मैं आज इनके साथ स्टेज शेयर कर रहा हूं। तो थैंक यू सर वंस अगेन। दूसरा, मैंने कहा था सब्रवाल जी के लिए, सब्रवाल जी का मैं थोड़ा करेक्शन इसलिए बोलता हूं क्योंकि मैं इनको द्रोणाचार्य समझता हूं महाभारत का। और द्रोणाचार्य इसलिए क्योंकि उनके सामने से बहुत से लोग, उन्होंने बहुत, एक अर्जुन को ऐसा बना दिया, एक आम आदमी को एक अर्जुन बना दिया। आज बीके सब्रवाल जी, जो आज हम ये प्लेटफॉर्म यूज कर रहे हैं, जिस तरीके के हम प्लेटफॉर्म पे आगे, जिस तरीके का ये कंडक्ट करते हैं आज इस एज में, मुझे ऐसा लगता नहीं कि कोई आगे ऐसा कंटिन्यू कर सकता है। और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि मैं या कोई और भी कहीं ना कहीं से सब्रवाल जी के हाथ के नीचे से निकला और इन्होंने उसको तराशा है, अच्छे से उसको गाइड किया कि हाँ ये चीजें तुम करो। तो मैं इसलिए एक बार कहूंगा कि आप ज्यादा जोर से आप क्लैप करें बीके सब्रवाल जी के लिए। वापस कंटिन्यू करते हैं। देखिए, ट्रेडिशन और जिस तरीके से टेक्नोलॉजी चेंज हो रहे हैं और मार्केट का जो मूवमेंट चेंज हो रहा है, उस पर मैं एक चीज कहना चाहूंगा कि वक्त के साथ हमें बहुत सी चीजों पे पैटर्न चेंज करना। पहले मैं 2005 की बात डीके सर ने कही, मैं उस समय पीएचडी स्टैट्स से करने के बाद मैं स्टैटिस्टिक्स का लेक्चरर था, और जब मैं यहाँ पर आया तो ये मेरे लिए पूरी नई फील्ड थी। तो उस टाइम पे, और फिर जब 2008 में मैंने शादी का मेरा प्रपोजल था, तो मुझे याद आता है सर का, मैं सर के पास गया, मैंने कहा सर 2008 में कि सर शादी के लिए मैं सोच रहा हूँ। तो उन्होंने कहा कि अपने ससुर को कभी मत बताना स्टॉक मार्केट में काम करते हो। तो मैंने कहा नहीं सर, वहां पे तो मैंने यही बताया मैं डॉक्टर हूँ, पीएचडी कर रखा है, स्टैटिस्टिक्स का कहीं टीचर ही करूंगा। सो 2008 और 2005 में सर मैं सही हूँ कि उस टाइम पे ये था कि अगर स्टॉक मार्केट में कोई काम करता तो उसका कभी कोई नाम नहीं लेता था, उसको एकदम अच्छा कुछ नहीं, क्या करते हो, स्टॉक मार्केट का बेकार है, ये एक फीलिंग आता था। लेकिन आज वही स्टॉक मार्केट ऐसा है कि आज आप देखिए टेक्नोलॉजी का चेंज, हर आदमी के मोबाइल पे मनी कंट्रोल इंस्टॉल होता है, हर आदमी के मोबाइल पे कोई ट्रेडिंग ऐप होता है, हर आदमी के मोबाइल पे आज जितने लोग शायद रुमाल नहीं रखते, घड़ी नहीं बांधते, लेकिन मोबाइल पे स्टॉक मार्केट जरूर देखते हैं। यूट्यूब आज एक ऐसा है जिसे कि आप देखिए तो 2 मिनट के अंदर आपको सारी बहुत ढेर सारे वीडियोस मिल जाएंगे, एजुकेशन सिस्टम्स मिल जाएंगे। ये है टेक्नोलॉजी का चेंज जो हमने लास्ट 3 से 5 सालों में देखा है। ट्रेडिशन चेंज हो रहा है। आज एक मकान जो 10 साल पहले था, आज जब मकान बनता है तो लगता है बहुत पुराना मकान है, वो तो 10 साल नहीं यार, 20 साल 25 साल पुराना मकान होगा। तो ट्रेंड बहुत तेजी से चेंज हो रहा है और मैं इस बात को एश्योरेंस कर सकता हूँ कि आगे आने वाले समय में बहुत जल्द जो है वो मोबाइल से ही अल्गो ट्रेडिंग करेंगे सारे के सारे लोग। ऑर्डर डाल के छोड़ देंगे, अपने आप ट्रेड करेगा, रिटर्न आ जाएंगे और तब लोग एक नए उसकी तरफ बढ़ेंगे। बहुत सी यंग जनरेशन है, जैसे मैं कह रहा था कि कुछ निगेटिव भी आता है, तो निगेटिव में अगर आप जाते हैं तो बहुत से लोगों की जिंदगी तो रील और यूट्यूब के वीडियोस देखने में बीती जा रही है। अपने बच्चों को थोड़ा करेक्ट करिएगा, क्योंकि रील और यूट्यूब की जिंदगी हमेशा चलेगी, लेकिन मुझे लगता है उस पर थोड़ा ध्यान देने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि यंग जनरेशन है। यहाँ पर अंकित जी भी हैं, अंकित जी भी आगे बहुत सी चीजों को देखते होंगे। जो मैंने फील किया ऑफिसेज में, ट्रेन पे आप चलिए, कुछ काम का नहीं देखें, लेकिन रील और इन सब में देख के टाइम वेस्ट करने का कोई फायदा नहीं। अभी हम टेक्नोलॉजी की तरफ जा रहे हैं। मैं एक आंकड़ा देना चाहूंगा, हालांकि मैंने कोशिश करी, अगर आप थोड़ा सा पीपीटी की तरफ मेरे देखेंगे तो जो डीके सर ने कहा मैंने उसको थोड़ा सा नंबर्स में, चल नहीं रहा, तो उन्हीं को मैं नंबर्स में इसलिए दिखाना चाहता हूं जिससे कि आपको थोड़ी और क्लियरिटी मिल जाए, मैं थोड़ी उनके और बेसिक्स जो है वो क्लियर कर पाऊं। 47 का लक्ष्य अचीव करना हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज नहीं है, क्योंकि अगर आप सिर्फ जीडीपी को, नॉमिनल जीडीपी को यहाँ पर मैं दिखाता हूं तो आज जो हम चल रहे हैं वो है 3.5 और नंबर हमारा आता है करीब फोर्थ और फिफ्थ के बीच में हम चल रहे हैं, फिफ्थ चल रहे हैं। पीछे का हिस्ट्री अभी नहीं जाते हैं, हम फिफ्थ में अगर हम चल रहे हैं, और मैं थोड़ा सा शॉर्ट में कोशिश कर रहा हूं बिकॉज जल्दी से जल्दी आप बस देख लें, क्योंकि नंबर्स तो आपने देखे हैं। आगे अच्छा, और पर कैपिटा इनकम अगर डॉलर टर्म में देखते हैं तो करीब 2200 पर कैपिटा इनकम है, $2200 है, जिसे मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूं दिखाने की। ये 2022 का आंकड़ा है और हम बहुत ज्यादा आंकड़े को पीछे ना कंपैरिजन करें, सिर्फ 2012 से अगर आपको करें तो ये आपको ग्रोथ जो है वो करीब 15% 16% के आसपास की करीब आगार में देखने को मिलेगी। जीडीपी आप यहाँ पे कंपैरिजन देख सकते हैं कि मैं 2012 में जो 1.8 थी वो आज की है 3.53, जो एग्जैक्ट नंबर मैं आपको शो करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। और आप एक चीज पाएंगे कि इतना तेजी से जो चेंज हुआ है, मैं आप सर की तरह ये तो नहीं कहूंगा कि 80s में स्टॉक खरीदते तो आज आपकी वैल्यू जो होती, लेकिन मैं ये जरूर कह सकता हूँ कि 2022 में जो आप स्टॉक खरीदेंगे, 25 साल बाद आपका बच्चा आपसे ये जरूर कहेगा कि हाँ कुछ तो पापा, जो हमने स्टोरी सुनी थी कि 80 में खरीद लीजिए, 90 में खरीद लीजिए, 100 रुपए इन्वेस्ट कर दीजिए, वैल्यू आज भी वही है। और 25 साल बाद आपको जो ट्रिमेंडस वैल्यू दिखाई देगी वो भी ऐसी ही होगी, 5 करोड़ 10 करोड़, वैल्यूएशन बस अलग होगा, वो शायद 50 करोड़ और 100 करोड़ की तरफ होगी, क्योंकि वो ग्रोथ यहाँ पर आपको देखने को मिलेगी ही मिलेगी। मैं इसी ग्रोथ को अगर सिर्फ एक रेशियो लेके चलता हूं तो जीडीपी का नंबर आपको क्या लगता है कि क्या आपको नॉमिनल जीडीपी दिखाई देगी इन 2047? कोई एक एक्सपेक्टेशन? अगर वर्स्ट कम वर्स्ट में भी हमारा डेवलप हुआ तो आपको जीडीपी का जो जीडीपी के नॉमिनल नंबर हैं वो आपको ये दिखाई देंगे 19.2। अगर मैं सिंपल जो आज का जो रेशियो चल रहा है उसकी मैं बात कर रहा हूं, तो आप ग्रोथ प्रोस्पेक्ट देख सकते हैं। अब हमारे पास सबसे बड़ा जो इस समय फायदा है, जो हमें पर कैपिटा इनकम दिखाई दे रही है, जो आज हम 2200 के पास पर कैपिटा इनकम डॉलर टर्म में है, वो पहुंच जाएगी आपकी $12,000 पर कैपिटा इनकम। यानी कि ऐसा नहीं है कि ग्रोथ एक साइड नहीं, हर तरफ आपको ग्रोथ देखने को मिलेगी। बात करते हैं डीमैट अकाउंट की। आप सोचिए कैपिटल मार्केट और इस समय जो कमोडिटी मार्केट है उसका क्या इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप होगा। डीमैट अकाउंट अभी सिर्फ 9 करोड़ है, हमारी पॉपुलेशन 135 करोड़ है, कुछ भी रेशियो नहीं है। और ये रेशियो अगर 2045 तक 47 तक का हम देखेंगे तो आपको ह्यूज नंबर देखने को मिलेगा। क्यों? क्योंकि उसका बीज आज पड़ चुका है। पहला बीज मोबाइल फोन्स आज 125 करोड़ है। अगर मैं सिर्फ स्मार्टफोन की बात करता हूं तो वो 80 करोड़ है, मतलब 80 करोड़ की प्रोबेबिलिटी बनती है जो स्टॉक मार्केट पे आपको डीमैट अकाउंट खुलते हुए नजर आएंगे। टोटल बैंक अकाउंट 125 करोड़ है, यानी कि अभी भी हमारे पास सिर्फ और सिर्फ 70 से 80 करोड़ पर्सन्स के पास बैंक अकाउंट है। 125 करोड़ मैं इसलिए डेटा ले रहा हूं क्योंकि आपको मैं बताऊं कि बहुत से लोगों के 4 अकाउंट होते हैं, 6 अकाउंट होते हैं, तो मैंने थोड़ा सा उसको एवरेज ऑन किया और वो नंबर्स यहां पर आपको दिखाने की कोशिश की। डीमैट अकाउंट की ग्रोथ अगर आप देखते हैं तो जिस तरीके से लास्ट अभी ग्रोथ देखने को मिली है उसमें 15% की ग्रोथ देखने को मिली है। जो 15% की अगर आप ग्रोथ देखते हैं तो आज जो 9 करोड़ का है और 2047 की बात करूं तो जो डीमैट अकाउंट हो जाएंगे वो होंगे 286 करोड़। कैन यू इमेजिन? अब आप कहेंगे पॉपुलेशन तो हमारी 125 करोड़ ही है, बैंक अकाउंट बताया ना मैंने आपको, बहुत से लोगों के डीमैट अकाउंट 3, 4, 5 भी होते हैं। तो वो डेटा को अगर आप एवरेज कर लें तो अगर सिर्फ आधार के साथ अगर लिंक करके आज डीमैट अकाउंट खोले जाएंगे तो आप बिजनेस प्रॉस्पेक्ट देख सकते हैं कि क्या इन्वेस्टमेंट आपको मिलेगा और किस तरीके से ग्रोथ आपको देखने को मिलेगी। मैं यहाँ पे कमोडिटी मार्केट का एक वॉल्यूम भी आपको दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ जो आपको क्लियर कट देखने को मिल रहा होगा, जिसमें कि 10.35% की ग्रोथ देखने को मिली। और अगर मैं ये एक्सपेक्टेड नंबर आपको 2047 का देखूं तो आज शायद आप कमोडिटी मार्केट का अंदाजा आप बता पाएंगे कि क्या नंबर्स आपको देखने को मिलेंगे। लेकिन अगर इक्विटी का मैं अगर कहता हूं, इक्विटी मार्केट में 18% कैश इक्विटी का पूरा वॉल्यूम देखने को मिला है, और अगर मैं इसको 2047 का देखूं तो शायद वो नंबर्स हम पढ़ भी नहीं पाएंगे। आप देख सकते हैं मैंने एक एक्सपेक्टेड नंबर वहां पर दिया। सो पॉइंट इज दैट कि हम सेंसेक्स की मैं 80s 1995 में जाना ही नहीं चाहता, मैं 2012 की सिर्फ कैलकुलेशन आपको दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। 2012 में सेंसेक्स था 17,500 रुपए का। आज सेंसेक्स कहां पर खड़ा है, ग्रोथ देखते हैं तो आपको 227% की देखने को मिल रही। अब 227% ना भी बढ़े, लेकिन अगर 15%, 12%, 18% और सर डीके सर ने जैसा बताया था कि 4% भी ग्रोथ ले लो तो आपको बिजनेस प्रॉस्पेक्ट आपको दिखाई दे रहा है कि ये एक नया आयाम दिखाई देगा, नए बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटीज यहां पर दिखाई देंगे। सेम विद द निफ्टी आप देखते हैं तो इसको भी 5,000 का निफ्टी था, 17,000 पे निफ्टी चल रहा है। और मैं शायद मेरे ख्याल से भसीन साहब जो बोलने चाहते थे बिग बुल में, वो जो बुल रैली है उसके बारे में थोड़ी सी एक ग्राउंड क्रिएट कर रहा हूँ जिससे कि शायद इजी होगा आप लोगों को समझना। अभी एसेट अंडर मैनेजमेंट एयूएम जो है वो है 39.3 लाख करोड़ का, जिसमें कि आपका एसआईपी भी इंक्लूडेड है और म्यूचुअल फंड भी है। और कुछ दिनों में आपको बताऊं इस बीच में एक बहुत बड़ा चेंज आया है, एफडी की जो ग्रोथ है वो 30% से गिर गई है। कैन यू इमेजिन? ये बैंक का डेटा है। और वो पैसा गया कहां? वो पैसा आ रहा है म्यूचुअल फंड में, इक्विटी में। और 47 के हिसाब से अगर हम जाते हैं तो सबसे बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है कि म्यूचुअल फंड इंडस्ट्री भी इसी तरीके से एवरेज ऑन आप बेसिक ग्रोथ आप देखेंगे तो आपको ये नंबर दिखाई देंगे कि उस समय किस तरीके से आपको ग्रोथ देखने को मिलेगी। तो मैं बहुत ज्यादा तो नहीं, लेकिन हाँ एक यहाँ पर म्यूचुअल फंड की जो ग्रोथ है वो 47 आपको खुद कैलकुलेट करनी, वो आप देख लीजिए। मैंने कोशिश की है, तो बहुत ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लेता हूं, लेकिन मैंने एक नंबर आपको शो करने की कोशिश की जिससे कि आपको आइडिया लग सके कि 47 की ग्रोथ जो 25 साल के बाद की ग्रोथ है वो आपको क्या होगी। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, Dr. Ravi. I think you have shown the real potential of India. 2047 would be a year जिसमें कि हम बड़े प्राउडली कह सकेंगे कि वी आर इंडिया एंड वी आर अगेन बैक टू आवर ग्लोरी। और इंडिया विल बी not only superpower, it will be a super economic power. So great. And now we were all waiting to hear Sanjeev Bhasin ji, who is again a very popular personality. And let me tell you, his individual picks, क्योंकि कोई बुल होने का मतलब ये नहीं कि you are always bull. He always says कि आप 17,000 पे खरीदो और 18,000 पे बेचो. It is not that he is a realistic person. He knows when to buy, what to buy. So he is going to tell us why our Indian economy is strong, which sectors are strong, and why the economy is resilient, and what he thinks, what should be the strategy, what investors should do. So over to you, Sanjeev ji.
Thank you, DK ji, thank you, Sabharwal ji, and welcome to all the guests. Last but not least, the youngsters. अच्छा. So अभी तो आप सब 2047 की बात कर रहे हैं, यहाँ तो परसों तक के लाले लग रखे हैं कि अगर डॉलर क्या और इंडेक्स कहाँ जाएगा. तो ये 47. The thing is, there are two emotions which rule the market: greed and fear. And when you hold on to greed and fear, there is nothing which comes between you. Why do you fall in love? You know कि बाद में you will have a trap, but then it's an emotion. Same is the case with stocks. अभी आप सबको बोल दो कि ले लो, लेकिन कोई लेने को तैयार नहीं. Because the dollar and the Fed have lost their credibility. In the last 5 days, in 1 week, the dollar has moved 5%. In an instrument like a currency, to move 5% is humongous. That means the whole world central bank is at tenterhooks. Europe is in a recession, US is on the verge of it, and all to thanks the Fed, which could not read the market and kept printing money last year. Now there is no right. Now his credibility is at stake, so he is going whole hog. DK ji ने कहा 80 से यहाँ तक आप कहाँ से कहाँ पहुँच गए. There are 4 asset classes: fixed income, real estate, equity and gold and silver. Equity आपके यहाँ बहुत कम लोगों के पास थी 30 साल पहले. सोना हर एक के पास था. रियल एस्टेट एक ही मकान बन जाए तो बड़ी चीज थी. And the fourth was fixed income. Now why did you see gold from 5 to 50,000 today? Simple thing. It is not because of Sabarwal ji or DK ji, it's because of the ladies जो यहाँ लक्ष्मी का रूप बैठी हैं, जिन्होंने इमोशनली एक चीज को बचाया. वो आपको छोड़ देंगी, सोने को नहीं छोड़ेंगी. And that is why you have seen 50,000 on gold. So the reality rise, can I sit through for 30 years with an asset class? When I met Warren Buffett in 2012, I used to be the NDTV, and he came and Dr. Roy asked me to interview him. And he said, Sanjeev, do you know how many years I've held Coca-Cola? This is in 2012. So I took a guess, 25 years, sir. He said 41 years. Now, if a person has so much conviction and so much of patience, only then he can create wealth. It is easy to say creating wealth, but not a lot of us can be in that domain of greed and fear. And to bite that bullet is not easy, it is impossible. At this moment, everyone is the TV, और आपको और बताऊं, मैं still positive होता हूं, because the end result is TV is supposed to be the channels are supposed to be to incite you to invest. Rather वो alternate जाते हैं. वो मेरे को आके बोलते हैं, sir, मेरे lot of my friends, you know, they are of my age group, 58, 58. यार सोनिया शेनवाई से मिला दे. So I said, I'll make you meet her, but she's very bearish. She's talking of 14,000. This was when I was. So the simple reason is, चेहरे पे जाओगे तो पैसा कमाओगे, मुझे देखोगे तो पैसा कमाओगे. Not because she's right or wrong, because analysts and TV anchors sometimes become so egoist that they don't listen to what Sandeep is saying or Ankit is saying. They have their view and they want you to accept that. 16,000 बाद में आएगा, पहले 14,000 आ जाएगा. So the greed and fear syndrome is constant. Like the numbers given by the panelists, you all know, we never ever imagined 3 crore will become 11 crore after a lockdown. As far as demat accounts, this 12,500 crore can become 25,000 crore in the next 5 years. Just imagine 25,000 crore where every month goes into stocks. They'll still have to buy the same HDFC and the Reliances, and you have to own that. The underinvestment in India is humongous. We all have an emotional quotient of gold, which gives us the wealth effect, but only because you own it. Like Ankit pointed out, you don't go and check your reality prices every day. You say, "Pada hai to koi nahi, 10 saal baad dekh lenge." But stocks you check 20 times in a day. Then you will call me up 20 times on a Sunday also. What will the Dow do? Even on a holiday. On a lighter note, India will be part of a global challenge because we've never seen the dollar hit 40 years old. But जो सोने की चिड़िया हमारे यहाँ से जो लेके गए, वो that economy has gone behind us, and we should be credible that the UK is behind us. I mean, unfortunately or fortunately, my daughter is studying in London and in UK, and there was a lot of hullabaloo that the Queen has died. In the end, they all ruled over us. So death is inevitable. But what we have to see is that India has overtaken UK. Now imagine, are you aware of the fact that the pound hit an all-time low against the dollar? So the elephant in the room is Europe, and there is no running away. All of us put together never imagined what Russia can be as a power of oil and gas and energy. And they are holding Europe by their neck. Secondly, the US inflation or trajectory is, again, the Fed has misread. If he misread the upside, he's misreading the downside. Commodities have corrected 40%. आपको शायद याद नहीं है, 2 महीने पहले मैंने सब्बरवाल जी को मैसेज किया, जेपी मॉर्गन ने इश्तिहार छाप दिया, क्रूड विल हिट $358. मैंने उसी दिन अनिल जी को कहा पहले 90 आएगा, फिर देखेंगे 100 भी टपेगा. अब तो वो 90 ही नहीं टपता. So it's easy to give numbers. It is easy to be a rationalist, but fear and greed go hand in hand. If you can curtail that, then only you will create wealth. So the mantra in India is simple. The demographic premium of India. Did you ever imagine 3 years back that Mahindra from 600 will be 1400, and there is a 2-year waiting for the X700? Maruti's factory is next to my office, and Maruti sells about 1.5 to 170 in a month. They said they will sell 35 lakh cars. The new Alto, the Ertiga, what are these? ये होती है aspirations. When you move from a cycle to a motorcycle and a motorcycle to an Alto, can you believe what pleasure the house gets when a car comes? So similar is the aspiration of 100 crore people to aspire. And that aspiration has no bounds, whether it's travel, whether it's hotels, whether it's consumption. And that is the backbone of India. That is why the resilience is there. We are in a challenging environment as far as bond yields, because if 4% becomes the benchmark, then a lot of money will flow into dollar as an asset class. However, we live in uncertain times. China and Russia have purely rejected the dollar. They own more gold reserves. And if there is going to be an alternate to make another currency, then the dollar may lose its charm. But for the time being, due to the Fed's credibility issue, we are in this sort of volatility. Volatility is always your friend if you follow the trend. And you use these fear moments to create a portfolio. It is not every day that you see 5,000 crores being sold and absorbed. Like DKG said, they actually sold 3.5 lakh crore in the last 2 years, meaning $34 billion exited India. And you fell from 18,600 to 15,180. And lo and behold, $4 billion ka maal abhi kharida and you are back to 18,000. So it tells you the backbone of this market is you. And retail investors are here to create wealth, but wealth is not created overnight. You have to go through cycles. Nobody can time the market or, give the adage that I bought at 14 and sold at 16. That only fools do. You have to spend time in the market. That I owned a stock for 20 years. Only then did I. Why do you own gold? Because it's a single commodity which has no industrial use, and yet it is most secure. It is all because of our past. Mother, wife, sister, daughter, सोना जो घर आया बाहर नहीं जाता. ऐसे ही आप स्टॉक्स को सोचिए ना कि अगर आपने इन्फोसिस में 1993 में आईपीओ में इन्वेस्ट किया, इन्फोसिस सबने सुना है, तो 9,300 के 100 शेयर मिले इन्फोसिस के, माने 10,000. और आज 22 और 7 साल बाद कितने का होएगा 10,000 रुपया? रफली 20 लाख, 30 लाख, 40 लाख, कोई आइडिया? It's 4.3 crore. 10,000 rupees Infosys after 29 years is 4.3 crore. But you have to sit through 29 years. आपके पोर्टफोलियो में आप बोलो सर इन्फोसिस तो मैंने लाख रुपए प्रॉफिट बेच दिया, लेकिन जेपी सुजलॉन पड़ा हुआ है, भरा हुआ है. So the conviction and the faults come in hindsight. That's why Warren Buffett and Jhunjhunwala can never be reborn. And we have to accept it that if there were people, they have gone through the pain. It's not an easy process. But it tells us that there are hundreds and thousands, what Sandeep keeps identifying, stocks which can become multi-baggers. He doesn't know at inception that they will grow. The only thing is that India was nowhere in the scene 10 years, 15 years back. It is all thanks to the present government, the policies, and what way you have in Invest India in inviting foreign investment. The bigger, the bigger clinking point is the FDI investment, PLI, performance linked incentive for textiles, for exports, for semiconductors. You name the industry. 10 years back, textile stocks, metal stocks were written off. Textiles and metals have had the best rally in the last 10 years, in the last 2 years, because there is no excess capacity. You cannot create a new Tata Steel or a Vedanta or for whatever reasons, ferrous, non-ferrous. And that is what is telling you that the shift from China one policy means manufacturing hub. China is the manufacturing center of the globe, as outsourcing we are. And that is slowly but shifting here. I'll tell you a simple thing. Go and see stocks which are hitting new highs. ABB, Bosch, Cummins, stocks which are industrial stocks, L&T, and that happens only when the industrial capex is changing. So please be invested, use these declines. Secondly, let me also tell you the dollar having maybe topped out in the next few days. If inflation starts to fall and you get, if you are all aware, there is a referendum which Putin has put to get 3 of the states, Donbass and all. That ends on Wednesday. He will take over those and that will end the war because he'll have landlocked Ukraine from the West. That's what his only aim. And if war ends faster than you thought, then you can imagine what the reconstruction of Ukraine, what will be. Touch wood for India, we are friends both with Russia and US. And we stand to benefit because of our diplomacy and our demographic premium. In the end, you don't go and measure what the dollar is when you start to go traveling. Or by the way, ये सबसे अच्छा time है जाके यूरोप घूमने के लिए क्योंकि the euro is below par. So I won't take more time. I know it's a long day. All I can say is that I am extremely bullish. If you are talking of 2047, you will see much wealth being created. Wealth is not created by timing. It is spent by spending time in the market.
Great. So friends, another reason why India is resilient, Indian market is resilient, is because we have a demographic dividend premium. I think that's a very big point coming out from you. These are the people who spend money, who invest money, and they are becoming a region of India's becoming resilient. Then he talked about greed and fear. They are the biggest enemies. And also that when there is a fear, that is the best time to make a portfolio. And he said you spend time in the market. I think that's a mantra. So we should be a long-term investor. We should not look short-term. Be in the market, spend time in the market, and then enjoy the food. Thank you, Sanjeev ji. Great talk. Thank you.
Thank you, DK ji, for taking this session. Mr. Narendra Vadava was telling me that you have put 5 people in for 1 hour. Actually, each one of them can speak for 1 hour. You should have not more than 2 of them in a 1 hour session. That's what, and I really apologize for that. भाई वो शिवानी कहती है ना स्पॉन्सर भी तो करने होते हैं तो वो स्पीकर्स मतलब इसलिए भी थोड़ा बढ़ाना पड़ता है. Though Sandeep ji is not a sponsor, he is only on the merit of his or even Vijay Sardana ji. Before I will like to request all of you to stay here because next again we have an excellent panel. And just as a token of remembrance, I will first request Narendra Vadava ji, again the legend in the industry, the president of CPI, to present it to Mr. DK Agarwal. Mr. Narendra Vadava to present it to Mr. DK Agarwal. I request Mr. Nitin Vashist, CFO of the PhD Chamber, to present it to Mr. Sanjeev Jain. I request Mr. Puneet Arora to present it to Mr. Sandeep Jain. In addition to the 3 TV personalities on the dais, there is another TV personality sitting in front of us. I am talking of Mr. Anuj Gupta and request him that a younger man to present it to Mr. Ankit Agarwal. Mr. Anuj Gupta. I now request a senior chartered accountant who is among us, Mr. Rajesh Mehta, to present it to Dr. Ravi. Mr. Rajesh Mehta. Shivani, please get the dais changed at the earliest so that we can start this session.
अग्रवाल जी, एक चीज बोलना चाहूंगा, टीवी पर्सनालिटीज, ये दो सामने बैठे हुए ना, विजय सरडाना जी और अशोक जी मित्तल, इनको देख के मैं मोटिवेटेड हुआ था लाइफ में। इनके सेमिनार, एक दिन विजय सरडाना जी जयपुर आए, जी बिजनेस का सेमिनार में, IIM अहमदाबाद से हूँ, मैं बोला इनको तो सुनना ही पड़ेगा बैठ के। अब नेक्स्ट सेशन विजय सरडाना जी है।
इतनी सी बात कह दूंगा, बोलना नहीं चाहता था।
हाँ।
पिछले 8 सालों में PhD या CPAI का कोई भी कन्वेंशन हुआ हो, वो विजय सरदाना जी के बिना नहीं। पिछले 8 सालों, and today he is only 4, ज्यादा में तो नहीं।
अच्छा, लास्ट टाइम मैं जो इस सेशन में आया था सितंबर 15, 2019, उसके बाद 2020 के बाद जो सितंबर 20 को सबसे बड़ी तेजी आई थी, निर्मला सीतारमण जी वाली जो कैंडल बनी थी कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स वाला, तो इसलिए इस इवेंट के बाद कुछ ना कुछ बड़ा होता है वसीम साहब, तो देखते हैं क्या होता है इस बार।
आइए मोहित, अभी शिवानी चलेगी एक ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ का PhD होता है जो चलिए थोड़ा डायस को जल्दी चेक। Now we have this session on making India a global financial hub, and to chair this session, it is Ravi ji रुकना है, सबने रुकना अभी, and to chair this session, no other than the Managing Director and CEO of India International Bullion Exchange, Mr. Ashok Gautami ji is up. I request Mr. Vijay Sardana, CEO and head of Vijay Sardana, I will only say is the Advocate Supreme Court of India. Sanjeev ji, thoda rukna hai. I request Mr. Nitin Dongre, CEO and head Gift City Anandrati's group of companies, Mr. Nitin Sahi, Director FinDoc, and Mr. Vineet Nahta, Director Power Guild. संजीव जी थोड़ी देर रुक जाओ, रोटी सांडाल खा लेना, कोई गल नहीं। पर संदीप जी कितने बजे की फ्लाइट है, तो फिर रुक जाओ। चलिए, आई विल जस्ट टेक वेरी शॉर्ट टाइम टू a very short introduction. Mr. Ashok Gautam ji, that first ever Indian bullion exchange is coming in the Gift City. And that was inaugurated by the Prime Minister only 1.5 months back. And Mr. Ashok Gautam ji is the Managing Director of the Bullion Exchange here. 17th, when we was going to do the program, 16th he conducted among the jewelers, and jewelers were so happy about his knowledge. I talked about Mr. Vijay Sardana ji. उनके बारे में क्या बोलूं, वैसे वो अपने आप को सुप्रीम कोर्ट के एडवोकेट कहते हैं, पर कमोडिटी मार्केट के किंग है। कमोडिटी मार्केट में और स्पेशली एग्री कमोडिटीज में उनसे ज्यादा कोई नहीं जानता। हम अपनी CPI में आपको अवार्ड दे चुके हैं कमोडिटी पर्सन ऑफ द ईयर का, और जैसा मैंने कहा कि आप हमेशा हमारे हर प्रोग्राम में आते हैं। नेक्स्ट टू अशोक गौतम जी इज मिस्टर नितिन डोगरे। जिस गिफ्ट सिटी की हम बात कर रहे हैं, जिसको प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने इनॉग्रेट किया था, उसमें आप आनंद राठी ग्रुप को लीड करते हैं, और आप पहले व्यक्ति थे जो वहां गिफ्ट सिटी में पहुंचे। गिफ्ट कोई ब्रोकर का पहला रिप्रेजेंटेटिव गिफ्ट सिटी में पहुंचने वाला, तो वो नितिन डोंगरे जी थे। मेरे साथ नितिन साही जी बैठे हैं। आप फिनडॉक के डायरेक्टर हैं। फिनडॉक अभी देश के पहले 15 ब्रोकरों में पहुंच गया है, और आप ट्रेडर प्रोड्यूस करते हैं। अभी पिछले 3 महीनों में, पिछले 4 महीनों में 2 ट्रेडर कॉन्फ्रेंस यहाँ कर चुके हैं। 2 ट्रेडर कॉन्फ्रेंस, मनीष जी, 2 ट्रेडर कॉन्फ्रेंस आप यहाँ कर चुके हैं। और इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में नितिन शाही जी का बहुत बड़ा फिनडॉक का इनकी कंपनी का एक्सपोजर है। हमारे बीच में मनीष नाटा जी इज देयर। मनीष नाटा जी इज अगेन ए यंग पर्सन। While talking, I think he will himself, मैं थोड़ी संख्या, इतनी कम संख्या में बोलने की आदत नहीं रही है कभी, तो वो आज घबराया हूँ, आधी चीजें भूल रहा हूँ, देख के पढ़ने की आदत नहीं है। तो आप म्यूचुअल फंड में, डेट मार्केट में बहुत बड़ा काम करते हैं। एंड नाउ आई हैंड ओवर मिस्टर अशोक गौतम टू टेक दिस सेशन फॉरवर्ड. It is on the back of it, sir, that the 4-5
Namaskar, good evening. So happy to meet all of you. Hindi English चलेगा sir या it's all okay? दिल्ली आए हैं तो थोड़ा सा हिंदी बोलने में अच्छा लगता है। तो, हाँ जी, हाँ, क्योंकि अब टॉपिक कितना अच्छा है, मेकिंग इंडिया ग्लोबल फाइनेंशियल हब एंड बीइंग इन द गिफ्ट सिटी, that's the dream which our honorable prime minister actually dreamt when he was the chief minister, and since then a lot of things have happened there, and now I'm so happy that we have this august panel with us to let us know how we all are shaping, not only in gift city but otherwise India as a global financial hub. But what I would say that gift SEZ which is there, IFSC is the authority which is there, that actually has become a test ground for a lot of financial innovations, a lot of new things which are happening, and to guide us we have this eminent panel. And so just quickly, if I can take 2-3 minutes, because I'll just speak about India International Bullion Exchange, which is the first international exchange ever to be set up in India for bullion. Right now, gold trading has started there, but probably the objective is twofold. One is, can it become a channel for gold import and going forward silver import in India? And second objective, which actually is the objective, can we be to start with Asian hub for the bullion trading and then aspire to be the global hub? And it is all quite doable. We happen to have 26% of the gold consumption globally. On the retail consumption, we are the largest one. In the previous panel, we did speak about the gold piece. And वसीम साहब, आपने जो बोला उसी से रिलेटेड मैं कुछ बोल देता हूँ कि gold essentially now it's all gender neutral, कि husband कमा रहा है या wife कमा रहे हैं, anybody can earn. But essentially in a typical sense, when the one spouse buys gold for the other spouse, the other spouse for whom the gold is being bought as jewelry, what I call, what जो government ने इसका जो पूरे gold import को डाला हुआ है current account deficit में, so I say that essentially is a current account. They all think that this is a expenditure, but essentially the spouse which is paying for it or buying that gold essentially is doing a capital investment. That's a very typical piece. So there are two ways of looking at it, whether it's a current account piece or a capital account piece. In the times of need, we all saw what happened during COVID. The gold essentially came to the rescue of large number of households. Reserve Bank of India also permitted 90% of loan to value. So essentially gold, सोने की चिड़िया नाम लिया गया, will remain always associated with our psyche, our tradition. And in that sense, because we will continue to be one of the largest players in the gold piece, this exchange this international exchange is something which we all must work hard to get it right. Have international players have products which actually invite the international players to come to us. One is the trading piece. Second is we are also aspiring to become the regional bullion vaulting hub. We are wanting to become a regional investment destination for the bullion. And that's where, we have Finotech, we have Anand Rathi, and that's where we request all of you, your international clients, NRIs, PIOs, or the global investors with whom you have connect. We have to promote very heavily India International Bullion Exchange. So in this whole piece, this GIFT IFSC, the way bullion has been set up, bullion exchange has been set up, is something which we all look forward to. In the same vein, we have speakers from all spheres. I will reach out to Vijayji and I'll request him to speak about, because I've been told about his expertise in the agri-commodity space and all. But what I understand, and I have heard him earlier, though as an audience, he has an amazing range. So I invite him to actually take us through that range and enthrall us with his inputs on this particular topic of सर मेरा ये कि देखिए मेरा ये कि we will give them 2 rounds because एक थोड़ा सा audience भी जमा रहा है and that is more important, and obviously he will always have a last word. So Vijay ji, over to you. Yeah, please.
थैंक यू सर, आप सबका शुक्रिया। सब्रवाल जी हमेशा जिम्मेवारी देते हैं। देखिए, हर आदमी 2047 में इंडिया का एक अपनी तरफ से एक मैप बनाने की कोशिश कर रहा है और हम फाइनेंशियल हब बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। आफ्टर ऑल, जब हम फाइनेंशियल हब की बात करते हैं तो फाइनेंस हब या फाइनेंस अपने आप में, मनी कैन नॉट क्रिएट मनी। अगर आपके पास पैसा है, आप उसको रखें और अगर आप उसको प्रोडक्टिव एसेट में नहीं लगाएं तो वो पैसा नहीं बढ़ेगा, अपने आप पैसा नहीं बढ़ता। दैट वी ऑल नो। अगर आप बैंक में एफडी भी रखता है कोई भी आदमी, तो वो किसी एसेट में लगता है, वहां वेल्थ जनरेट होती है, वो वापस बैंक में आती है और उसका हिस्सा आपको मिलता है। दैट्स द वे। तो अगर भारत को फाइनेंशियल हब बनाना है तो प्री कंडीशन ये है कि 2047 में भारत में प्रोडक्टिव एसेट्स कितने होंगे जिसमें वो पैसा लगे। अगर वो पैसा हिंदुस्तान में, अगर उस समय प्रोडक्शन नहीं हो रहा होगा, प्रोडक्टिविटी नहीं होगी, तो फाइनेंशियल हब नहीं बन सकता। सो इट इज, लिक्विडिटी इज ए रिसोर्स, इट कैन नॉट बी एंड प्रोडक्ट। तो उस रिसोर्स को आप लगाएंगे कहाँ? सवाल ये आता है। अगर हम दुनिया के इतिहास को देखें और किस सेक्टर में ग्रोथ होगी, इसकी भी बड़ी बात हो रही है कि किस सेक्टर में ग्रोथ होगी। क्या हम किसी में भी लगा दें, चलेगा? क्या मैं लकड़ी के कारखाने में लगा दूं, चलेगा? क्या मैं सीमेंट की फैक्ट्री में लगा दूं, चलेगा? या मैं स्टील की फैक्ट्री में लगा दूं, चलेगा? कहां लगाऊं? क्या सारे सेक्टर इक्वली ग्रो करेंगे? जब तक हम इस फंडामेंटल कॉन्सेप्ट को नहीं समझेंगे तो पैसा मल्टीप्लाई नहीं होगा। और अगर हम इतिहास देखें, अगर हम पिछले 50, 60, 70 या सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर के बाद जब हम मॉडर्न इकोनॉमी की बात करते हैं दुनिया में, तो सबसे पहले जो फैक्टर ऑफ प्रोडक्टिविटी आया था वो आया था लेबर को लेकर, कि जिन कंट्रीज में लेबर थी, स्किल था, वहां पे ग्रोथ हुई। और जब डिमांड क्रिएट हुई, स्किल था लेकिन मटेरियल हैंडलिंग की प्रॉब्लम थी, तो उसके बाद पूरा फोकस आया आपका लॉजिस्टिक एंड मटेरियल हैंडलिंग पर, वहां ग्रोथ हुई। उसके बाद जब लगा कि नहीं, हम प्रोडक्शन भी कर सकते हैं, लेबर भी है, रॉ मटेरियल भी है, मार्केट भी है, लेकिन पैसा नहीं है, उसके बाद आपकी कैपिटल मार्केट्स और डेरिवेटिव्स और स्टॉक मार्केट की ग्रोथ उसके बाद शुरू। और जब वो सब हुआ तो बात आई उसके बाद एफिशिएंसी, क्योंकि जब सब चीजें सबके पास हो जाती हैं तो कॉम्पिटिटिव एडवांटेज नहीं रहता। तो ग्रोथ उसी का होगा जिसका कॉम्पिटिटिव एडवांटेज होगा। जब सबके पास टेक्नोलॉजी आ गई, आप लोगों ने ऑटोमेशन पे ध्यान दिया, जब सब कंपनियों में ऑटोमेशन हो गया, उसके बाद जो इंपॉर्टेंट चीज आई, फर्दर अपग्रेडेशन इन टेक्नोलॉजी, कि वी गो फॉर न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी, न्यू एडॉप्शन, न्यू मेथड्स ऑफ प्रोडक्शन। इसीलिए उसके बाद आपने देखा होगा हम लोग रिफाइनरी की बात करने लगे, पॉलीमर्स की बात करने लगे, प्लास्टिक भी कई तरह के होने लगे, उसमें भी फंक्शनैलिटी फर्क आने लगी। तो हर प्लास्टिक की ग्रोथ नहीं हुई, हर मटेरियल की ग्रोथ नहीं हुई। उस रेशियो में अगर हम देखें, कहीं ग्रोथ ज्यादा हुई, किसी में कम हुई। और उसके बाद जब सब चीजें सबके पास पूरी दुनिया में नो हाउ स्प्रेड हो गया, तो उसके बाद एक नया फैक्टर ऑफ प्रोडक्टिविटी आया, इंटरनेट। और उसके बाद आज हम बात कर रहे हैं, आप अपना स्टॉक मार्केट का ग्रोथ देख लीजिए कि जब से डीमेट अकाउंट बनने लगे, इंटरनेट ट्रेडिंग होने लगी, उस समय स्टॉक मार्केट बढ़ा या उससे पहले बढ़ा? तो यहां पे फैक्ट्रीज वर नॉट इंपॉर्टेंट, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पहले भी हो रहा था, लेकिन इंटरनेट ने आके एक नया बूस्ट दे दिया। आज इंटरनेट सबके पास है, अभी सब बोल रहे थे हर एक की जेब में मोबाइल है, सब जेब में इंटरनेट लेके घूम रहे हैं। सो वेयर इज द पॉइंट ऑफ डिफरेंस? और आज अगर मैं ट्रेडिंग कर सकता हूं और इंडियन एक्सचेंज को मैं सिंगापुर में बैठ के कर सकता हूं या यहां से बैठ के कहीं और कर सकता हूं, आज आप निफ्टी से आप सिंगापुर में बैठ के निफ्टी ट्रेड कर रहे हैं, तो इंडियन मार्केट में आने की क्या जरूरत है? मैं वहीं से ही ट्रेड कर सकता हूं। तो अब ग्रोथ कहां है? 47 की अगर हम बात करें, द नेक्स्ट राउंड ऑफ कैपिटल जनरेशन और वेल्थ जनरेशन हैज टू इमर्ज फ्रॉम इनोवेशन। और वही कंपनियां ग्रो करेंगी आने वाले समय में जहां पे R&D इन्वेस्टमेंट होगा, क्योंकि कंज्यूमर इज लुकिंग फॉर डिफरेंशिएशन। तो अब सवाल ये आता है इस पूरे प्रोसेस के अंदर कि हिंदुस्तान में वो कौन सी कंपनियां हैं जो R&D में इन्वेस्ट कर रही हैं, जिसमें मैं इन्वेस्ट करूं ताकि वो ग्रो करेंगी तो मेरी वेल्थ ग्रो करेगी। हर एक की नहीं करने वाली। उदाहरण के लिए मैं आपको सिंपल सा एग्जांपल देता हूं। 2 दिन पहले मैं आगरा में था। वी वर डिस्कसिंग अबाउट commodity market, sugar, oils, organics, and whole lot of things. I'm also part of a PLI committee on millet foods and other food items. हिंदुस्तान में बिस्किट सेक्टर ग्रो नहीं कर रहा है। मैं आपको बहुत सिंपल सी बात कर, लेकिन हिंदुस्तान की 4 बड़ी कंपनियां ग्रो कर रही बिस्किट में। तो किसकी कीमत पे ग्रो करेंगे? तो अगर मैं किसी छोटी कंपनी, बिस्किट कंपनी में शेयर पे लगा देता, लिस्टेड कंपनी है, लेकिन अगर उसने इनोवेशन पे ध्यान नहीं दिया तो श्रिंक आउट हो जाएगा। तो जब कंपनी का सर्वाइवल स्टेक पे है तो आपका वेल्थ कैसे बचेगा? सवाल ये है। तो जब हम 2047 की अगर हम बात कर रहे हैं, तो 2047 में हमें उन सेक्टर्स पे ध्यान देना पड़ेगा, उन कंपनियों पे ध्यान देना पड़ेगा, उस मैनेजमेंट पे ध्यान देना पड़ेगा, those who have a bent of mind for research and innovation. Why I'm saying this? Things are changing very fast. I incidentally also manage Shriram Institute for Industrial Research, where I have 350 scientists in 40 sectors. The way things are changing in research domain, whether it is material science, whether people are talking about steel, people are talking about textile. Now there are 36 types of textile. Which textile you want to invest in? 36 तरह के टेक्सटाइल है which we manage in our labs. आप कौन से टेक्सटाइल फैक्ट्री में लगाएंगे? सबका स्पेशलाइजेशन अलग। क्या सिर्फ कपड़ों में, या कॉटन में, या सिंथेटिक्स में? आज नया जो ट्रेंड आ रहा है, फॉर एग्जांपल नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी, which is going to revolutionize the whole paint industry, fertilizer industry. Sir, within that there are changes happening because performance oriented approach. अगर मैं आपको बताऊं, as a edible oil industry, there used to be time when we used to buy engineering textile for filters. आज वो पूरा टेक्सटाइल बदल गया। जिस वेंडर से 4 साल पहले हम मटेरियल खरीदते थे उससे हम बात नहीं करते, नए वेंडर से लेते, बिकॉज ही केम विद न्यू फैब्रिक which is more efficient, easy to clean and lightweight, less wastage. So what I'm trying to say is that within engineering textile, within engineering plastics, there will be change. I'm working with R&D company in Norway. You know what they are up to? जो आपकी कार के डैशबोर्ड आते हैं प्लास्टिक के होते हैं, ABS, they want to replace it with bamboo with the same strength and same functionality because it is biodegradable, it is eco-friendly. These are new norms of the world. अब अगर कोई कंपनी डैशबोर्ड बनाती थी और आप कह रहे हैं 35 लाख, जैसा हसीन साहब ने कहा बहुत अच्छा था कि 35 लाख गाड़ियां बिकेंगी मारुति की, डैशबोर्ड कौन सा लगेगा? वही प्लास्टिक या बायोडिग्रेडेबल प्लास्टिक? वही कंपनी सर्वाइव करेगी या नई टेक्नोलॉजी आएगी? अब सवाल ये, वेल्थ किसकी जनरेट होगी? So my humble request is that 2047 India will be very different than what you are visualizing today. Raw material will be there, कॉटन होगा, लेकिन कॉटन का वैल्यू एडिशन मल्टीपल टाइम्स की ग्रोथ कौन देगा? कॉटन ट्रेडर, कॉटन जिनर, या कंपनीज दोज हु आर मेकिंग कॉटन बेस्ड इंजीनियरिंग मटेरियल विद एडिशनल फंक्शनैलिटी, एंड दैट्स अ मैटर ऑफ रिसर्च. उसकी ग्रोथ होगी, कॉटन की नहीं होगी. There will be difference between 1:10 in the pricing. So what my humble request to all of you is that it's very easy to calculate 12%, 30%, 40% on Sensex. Will be the same companies in Sensex? अब अमेरिका का उठा के देख लीजिए, कितनी कंपनियां हैं टॉप 10 जो 20 साल पहले थी, आज उसमें से कितनी है टॉप 10? So should we invest now? Issue comes back for a thinking, for a long-term investor, कि अगर मैं मोटरोला में शेयर लगा कर दे रखता या ब्लैकबेरी में शेयर में लगाता, उस समय देवर द नंबर 1, नंबर 2 कंपनीज, आज मेरे शेयर कहां होते थे? लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टमेंट. Should I simply go for companies or should I follow the technology? Should I follow the market? Should I follow the Sensex or should I follow the technology or the research or the changes happening in research? I think things are very, very different. So what we have to look at is there are few things in life which are essential. For example, bhook to lagegi. When we had a lockdown in the country, COVID lockdown, I was fortunate that I had to address group of ministers 4 times, 1-to-1 in closed door. Nobody else. And it was a very frank discussion. And before that, 20 lakh package came, 20 lakh crore package. My single request to the 7 cabinet minister was, every word is giving free money, don't give. India does not need money. All companies, if you look into their balance sheet, they all are sitting with cash. They don't know what to do with the cash, surplus. So companies in India don't need cash. Most of the people जिनके job नहीं गए हैं, they all are sitting at home. They are not in financial stress. क्योंकि घर बैठ के ही काम करना है ना, गाड़ी चल नहीं रही. तो आप फ्री मनी दुनिया की तरह डिस्ट्रीब्यूट मत करिए. 80% ऑफ इंडियन इकोनॉमी इज नॉर्मल. जब लॉकडाउन था तो हिंदुस्तान में क्या बंद हुआ था? क्या लोगों ने खाना खाना बंद किया था? नहीं हुआ. घर में लाइटें जलनी बंद हुई थी? नहीं हुआ था. कपड़े पहनना बंद किया था? नहीं हुआ था. नहाना खाना बंद किया था? नहीं हुआ था. तेल लगाना बंद किया था? क्या बंद हुआ था? सिर्फ वो चीजें जो बाहर जाके आप लोग करते, एंड विच वॉज डिस्क्रिशनरी. Non-discretionary essential services, nothing stopped. So the only hit on the economy will be 20%, and 20% which is discretionary. Movie theater, आप घर में बैठ के फ्लिपकार्ट पे या बाकी जो आपके इतने सारे OTT चैनल्स आ गए. So technology has shifted the consumer behavior. मूवी फिर भी देखी लोगों ने, थिएटर नहीं गए. So what we have to look at is how the technology influence is changing the consumer behavior. और इसीलिए अगर आप OTT प्लेटफॉर्म्स देखें दुनिया भर में, उनकी जो ग्रोथ रेट थी, they were in multiple times. उन सबके वैल्यूएशन में Zoom को कौन जानता था 3 साल पहले? आज it is one of the biggest and most valued company in American stock exchange. What we have to look at is look at how the technology and research is going to change the paradigms. And technology is a disruptor. Now, issue comes back is, as an investor, I'll just take the last 30 seconds. When we are talking of 2047, India will not be what you are seeing today. India will not operate the way we are operating today. And I will not be surprised if many of the vendors may be supplying. Today, you are placing an order, for example, on Amazon, and you are getting a product maybe from Ludhiana to Delhi or Hyderabad to Delhi. I will not be surprised if you place an order on Amazon and product is coming from Bangladesh to Delhi or Myanmar to Delhi or Thailand to Delhi at the same price. Because what is the cost today? Today, cost is of transportation. Imagine if you go for hydrogen fuel. Imagine if you feel that your drones are operating charged by solar energy, and there are small planes loaded with batteries and carrying courier all over the world. Where is the fuel cost? Will it remain the same logistics cost, or it will change drastically? If my logistics costs are going to change drastically, then why location is important? So what my way of looking at is that even today, before coming to this seminar, I was having upstairs meeting. We are entering into green hydrogen technology. I'm setting up an innovation center in Gurgaon with Alok Shriramji. You all know him, the former president of PhD. Dedicated innovation center only to look into the technologies required for next 50 years. And this can be crazy concepts. So what we are trying to look at is that yes, India will have fantastic run because we are the biggest market. But consumption will be captured by Indian companies, companies outside India, the same existing companies of India, or there will be a new startup of series of startups. They will shake up the existing businesses because they will come with entirely new concepts. That will define the 2047 of India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vijayji. It was very illuminating in the sense like how this whole tech piece will weave into our future. You talked about Amazon. I have another point to make. There could be that there is going to be an integration of all these marketplaces. I mean, that's what I believe. And that's where probably government is also working on to try to create a marketplace which is integrated. And that's something which we all must look at. Probably some work is already on in that direction. And so again, in this point, I just want to know about how this whole capital piece will come in. So because ultimately we need capital, and so there is a equity piece, and then obviously there is a debt piece. So we have seen the equity is a reflection of how you use your debt. So we need over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Now let's move to a slightly different arena in the financial universe of debt markets or the fixed income space. We've heard a lot regarding the equities, how India happens to be the global destination of all the monies flowing into it across the globe, and we are most beneficial and deserving investment hub. Now, what factors make India an ideal destination to become a global financial hub in the debt market space? If an overseas investor looks at the debt spectrum across the globe, India right now happens to be the hottest destination on two grounds. First is cross-country arbitrage, and the second is long-term investment. I'll first take up the long-term investment part. India offers the highest real rate of return. Real rate of return, we must have studied in the economics, is nominal rate of return, risk-free, issued by the sovereign government securities, less the inflation. inflation here, I mean the CPI or the current, the consumer price index. At present, the 10-year sovereign GSEC happens to be around 7.6%. And our CPI, which has been the most stable and resilient, if we compare it to other global peers, be it Europe or US, it is 7% and it has been sticky since the last couple of months. So we have a real rate of return of 0.6% positive, 7.6 minus 7, which is very rare to find in any country of our size and demeanor. Just for an example, 8.5% is the inflation rate in US, and the 10-year government security sovereign yield in US is 4%. So United States right now offers a negative real interest rate of minus 4.5%, vis-a-vis ours having been positive 0.5%. With a stable credit rating of BBB minus over a longer, considerably decent period of year, say since last couple of years, or you might say since the last decade, and with a resilient currency, India offers the highest real rate of return, and that is the reason why most of the global investors have India as a radar, and then they have big plans of investing into India. You must have heard India is going to be the beneficiary of huge forex inflow via the debt route, because JP Morgan, there's a JP Morgan global bond index in which India is going to be inclusion. There is a lot of euphoria about India's inclusion into the global bond index, because this is going to flow. It is going to ensure an inflow of around $30 billion in times to come. The total basket is 300 billion. The other countries who happen to be competing with India are China, Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, Brazil, Mexico, and South Africa. If India is included in the spectrum, there is a guaranteed inflow of around 30 billion rupees, which the flow of this money into India is going to be really beneficial for the country. It will help in improving the current account deficit of our country, and B, it is going to help reduce the fiscal deficit of the country. As far as the investments, the debt market happens to be one of the safest and the most vibrant investment avenue up in India. We have the asset classes where a common investor can invest. Happens to be equities, real estate, sovereign, bullion, debt, art, and others. So debt markets right now offer a possibility of generating around 10% per annum CAGR over the next 3 to 5 years, with the rates rising. The upcoming monetary policy on 30th, we are expecting a 75 basis points rate hike, which is going to take our sovereign yield to close to 8%, which is going to be the highest. In comparison to fixed deposits, sovereign government securities offer a tremendous boost to the earnings, and the switch over from FD to sovereign debt happens to be real kicker for the investor who wants his money to be safe. Many institutions are there, like Provident Fund Trust, Superannuation Trust, Gratuity Trust, and other institutions where public money is involved. So these institutions cannot take risk with the money. They cannot afford a single paisa of capital erosion on their principal. For them, keeping their money in fixed deposits doesn't make sense, because 7% is the inflation, 5.5% is the returns which are offered by fixed deposits. There's a 2% negative rate of return. If they invest in sovereign government securities, not only they are going to earn a positive real rate of return, but with the capital appreciation in the offing, Indian debt markets, especially the Indian sovereign bonds, right now are poised for a major growth. Thank you.
Vineet, thank you very much. And I think one of the things which you did not mention, but let me tell everyone, uh, for a very vibrant debt market, you also need to have a credit derivative market. And that's where, a lot of work is going on. Reserve Bank of India is also working, and credit default swap and other things which are required to be there. Because then it gives you a, so you made one point which I don't agree, but let me tell, you said it's safe. I mean, nothing is safe. You have to take a very informed decision in whatever you want to do. We have seen what happened in the Yes Bank 81 bond. So, and again, which investor profile and all, where it gets. So you all must, I don't know, it's okay. What I was just saying, even we have seen the sovereign defaults globally happening. So the point is, you have to have your own risk assessment. You have to have your own assessment of where you want to invest, and based on your own risk profile you can take a call whether it is debt, equity, REIT, and any of these asset classes. And of course gold is there, please don't ignore it. Also, we have Nitin here, and his name is Nitin D. Dave D is the latest thing. So I was just wondering why Nitin D. So because we want to give a very modern look to Gift City, the first ever capital market employee of the Gift City, and also the global financial hub, which is there. And so you actually are the one we all are looking at.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I hope so. But yeah, thank you.
He is actually quite, if I say, very catchy. And
Yeah,
so
thank you. Thank you, all of you. But I'm very glad to be part of this esteemed panel. First of all, thank you to PhD Commerce. And I'm very happy to be in Delhi because I did my MBA from Faculty of Management Studies, New Delhi. Delhi University की बहुत सारी यादें उस समय मुद्रिका चलती थी, अभी मुद्रिका कहीं दिखाई नहीं देती है. So ग्वायर हॉल में रहे हम लोग. अगर आपको नॉर्थ कैंपस पता होगा, साउथ कैंपस में भी हमारा एक periods होते थे. So I'm very happy. And thank you again to Sabarwal Saab and all the esteemed panel to have me here. I'm basically a banker, 19 years in banking. Started with ICICI Bank, ABN AMRO, RBS, India, Canada, RBL Bank, and then I met Mr. Dinesh Thakkar, angel broking wale, and he said, "Why don't you join us to set up our currency futures business in the year 2009?" So I joined him. I was there for 4 years, and then again I moved to RBL Bank, and then again I met another stalwart in broking industry, Mr. Rathi, and he said, "Why don't you join us to set up the Gift City business?" So here I am. So I'm the first employee of, I guess, in Gift City, and we are very aggressively working on Gift City. प्रॉब्लम ये है कि 10 मिनट दिए गए मुझे, और मुझे आपको प्रधानमंत्री का सपना जो गिफ्ट सिटी है वो एक्सप्लेन करना है. Anyway, 29th July was a very important day in Gift City, whereby Mr. Pradhan Mantri and Ms. Sitaraman, they launched IIBX exchange. I'm going to talk about it also. But iPhone 14 launch हुआ अभी मेरे ख्याल से. हम लोग आधे से ज्यादा लोग iPhone यूज करते हैं, राइट? हम लोग iPhone 14 भी लेने वाले हैं मेरे ख्याल से. किसके पास एप्पल के शेयर्स है? नहीं. गुड. ओके, चलो एप्पल के शेयर्स है. हम अमेजोन से हर दिन कुछ ना कुछ बुलाते हैं, हमारा फैमिली कुछ ना कुछ बुलाता है. किसके पास अमेजोन के शेयर्स है? गेम्स हम लोग खेलते. पबजी वॉज वेरी वेल नोन गेम इन इंडिया. एनवीडिया जो पूरे गेमिंग इंडस्ट्री में जो चिप प्रोवाइड करता है, लैपटॉप्स हम यूज करते के साथ एनवीडिया के स्टॉक से. नहीं, ये सारी चीजें हमारे लिए नहीं है. कोई बात. वी हैव अ गिफ्ट सिटी वेयर बाय एवरी इंडियन रेसिडेंट्स कैन इन्वेस्ट. आपको पता है कितना इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं ये सारे स्टॉक्स वगैरह में? ऑन एन एवरेज पर ईयर पर इंडियन रेसिडेंट $250,000, मतलब पौने 2 करोड़ रुपया हम लोग यहाँ से भेज सकते थ्रू LRS. आई एम गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट इट. But let us understand what is global financial hub. We are talking about global financial hub, making India global financial hub, comparing ourselves with say Singapore और आपका दुबई हो गया, हांगकांग हो गया, एम्स्टर्डम हो गया, US हो गया, and ignoring Gift City will not make a sense. मैं अभी बता रहा हूँ, जो ब्रोकिंग हाउसेस who they should start working right now, because जिस दिन SGX निफ्टी आ जाएगा टाइम नहीं मिलेगा. आज मेरे ख्याल से IIBX में 64 क्वालिफाइड ज्वेलर, एक क्वालिफाइड ज्वेलर का नेटवर्थ 25 करोड़ एंड अबव होना चाहिए, तभी उसको अप्रूवल मिलता है. ओके, और इसके पीछे बहुत अच्छी स्टोरी, आई एम गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट इट आल्सो, provided I will get some time. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that excluding or ignoring GIFT City will not make sense. If at all we want to become a global financial hub, GIFT City is a sapna of Prime Minister, but we are here and we are supposed to make it happen. Okay, so GIFT City, अगर मैं एक और इंडेक्स की बात करूं, there is a global finance index जो होता है, जो कि मई 22 को मई 2022 को रिपोर्ट आई थी. उसमें जो फर्स्ट 4-5 जो ग्लोबल फाइनेंशियल सेंटर्स थे, सबको पता है, न्यूयॉर्क होगा, हांगकांग होगा, शंघाई होगा, ये सारे होगा. इंडिया का कहीं पे नाम था, 33rd पे मुंबई को दिया गया था. बट उसमें एक कॉलम था, मुझे पता नहीं था कि यहाँ पीपीटी दे सकते, अगर मैं दिखा दिया रहता. उसमें एक कॉलम था जिसमें लिखा था कि इमर्जिंग कंटेंडर इन ग्लोबल फाइनेंशियल एज अ ग्लोबल फाइनेंशियल हब और सेंटर इज गिफ्ट सिटी गुजरात. तो वी शुड बी प्राउड ऑफ इट. आप अगर गिफ्ट सिटी में जाके देखोगे, आपको ऐसे लगेगा आप यूरोप में आए हुए सर. लॉन्ग टॉल बिल्डिंग्स, एवरीथिंग इज देयर. एक्सचेंजेस आर देयर. देयर आर 2 मेन exchanges there. One is Bombay Stock Exchange का subsidiary, which is India INX. Then NSE IFC का NSE का subsidiary, which is NSE IFC Exchange. And then we have a third exchange. So what is that is required to become a global financial hub? Let us try to understand it. One, a unified regulator, which is already there. We have a IFSC authority, which regulates everything that happens in GIFT City. We have exchanges available. We have products available. So everything is available. Important is that we should start talking about GIFT City. We should start understanding about GIFT City and spread this knowledge to our customers also. Am I making sense? अभी नहीं शुरू करें तो हम कब करेंगे, right? Anyway, let us come back to the products that are available. If you talk about India INX, जो Bombay Stock Exchange का subsidiary है, we have a global access platform. They have, अच्छा आप TCS, Infosys सब इसमें invest करते हैं. टाटा मोटर्स में सर बोले invest कीजिए, आप करते हैं. बहुत सारे different products है, Indian equities है जिसमें आप invest करते हैं. सब में INR में funding होते हैं और INR में आप invest करते हैं, INR में profit book करते हो, right? ये सारे प्रोडक्ट्स वहां पे भी अवेलेबल है. आपका निफ्टी 50 का इंडेक्स भी वहां पे अवेलेबल है. ओनली थिंग इज दैट इट इज डिनोमिनेटेड इन डॉलर्स. सो द अर्निंग इज इन डॉलर्स, द फंडिंग इज इन डॉलर्स, अर्निंग इज इन डॉलर्स, एंड यू हैव टू टेक योर मनी बैक आल्सो इन डॉलर्स. बट ऑल द इंडियन top stocks are already available in GIFT City. So we have 2 exchanges, as I mentioned. We have equity derivatives, we have commodity derivatives, we have USD INR pair also trading there. But this is not for Indian residents. This is for NRIs. मोटा मोटी कितने NRIs out of India होंगे? As per recent year, 42 million NRIs are outside India, and there are hubs also. UAE is the one, GCC is the hub, Eastern Asia is the hub, जहाँ के लोग बहुत ज्यादा मात्रा में US मार्केट और दूसरे मार्केट्स में काम करते हैं. सपना यह है कि ये सारे लोग वहां ना काम करें और यहाँ पे काम करें. पैसा इंडिया में, डॉलर इंडिया में आए, ये है. इसके कारण गिफ्ट सिटी को लॉन्च किया गया. अब आपको लग रहा होगा कि हम एप्पल स्टॉक और इसकी उसकी बात कर रहे हैं. आर वी स्टिल ट्रेडिंग ऑन दिस स्टॉक? एनी गेसेस? क्या करते हैं हम लोग ये काम? हम करते हैं, बिल्कुल करते हैं. आपको लग रहा होगा कि ऐसा नहीं करते. लेट मी गिव यू वन एग्जांपल, अगेन अ फिगर. LRS, Liberalized Remittance Scheme, allows every individual to transfer $250,000 outside India for 77 purposes, out of which one purpose is S0001, which is investment in equities outside India. $18 billion 2021-22 में यहाँ से गया. Different purposes, study के लिए गया, investment के लिए गया, medical के लिए. उसमें से equities के लिए, portfolio investment के लिए कितना गया होगा? $793 million यहां से पैसा गया है, जो आप लोगों ने भेजा हुआ है. लोग काम कर रहे हैं इक्विटी मार्केट्स आउटसाइड ग्लोबल मार्केट्स में. इट्स अ टाइम व्हेन सी हर कोई बात कर रहा है इंडियन इकोनॉमी इज डूइंग गुड, 7%, 8% चल रहा है, बहुत अच्छी बात है. US economy is going down, European economy is going down, but don't you think this is an opportunity to get something from that market? हाँ या नहीं? Yes, it's an opportunity. आपको जितने अच्छे stocks है वो भी वहां पे मिल सकते हैं, provided we have an avenue, and GIFT City is the avenue. GIFT City is the challenge, is the channel which Indian residents can use. So Global Access Platform gives access to 135 markets across the world. Mutual funds are available, PMS is available, stocks are available, everything at a click of a button. We have NSE IFC receipts, which is launched by NSE IFC exchange, a beautiful product whereby every Indian residents can invest and trade in top 50 S&P 500 stocks of where the demat account is to be opened with HDFC Bank. Very beautiful product. लोगों को पता नहीं है. So यही काम हमारे जैसे broking companies, और I'm requesting all the broking companies के जो भी officials यहाँ पर होंगे to start spreading word about all these products. These are very beautiful products. अब प्रॉब्लम ये है कि इसके बारे में रिसर्च नहीं पता, इसके बारे में एडवाइजरी कैसे होगी, ये काम कैसे होगा, इसके लिए ही ब्रोकिंग कंपनीज यहाँ पे अपना ऑफिस खोल के बैठे हुए. So there are 135 broking companies already registered at IFSC. We have 3 exchanges and we have a unified regulator also, IFSC authority. Beautiful product. Again, एक product की बात करूंगा. So मैंने 2 product की बात की. Global Access Platform, एक NSE IFC receipt, and the third one is a very beautiful product launched by IIBX. आज की डेट में हम लोग गोल्ड कंज्यूमर्स है, राइट? टन्स में हम लोग गोल्ड इंपोर्ट करते हैं. किसके थ्रू करते हैं? सारे MMTC पकड़ लो, एगमंट पकड़ लो, रिद्धि सिद्धि पकड़ लो, ये जितने बड़े बुलियन डीलर्स है या बैंक से. We have 64 qualified jewelers already with IIBX, and the estimation is approximately 145. So these are some of the new products that every jeweler will be ready to start or do some business with IIBX. So the opportunity is huge for Indian residents. Indian residents के लिए मेरे ख्याल से सिर्फ 2 ही opportunity दिख रही है मुझे. Investment in US stocks through different channels, whereby you can access your broking company and their accounts also. We are coming out with a hell lot of innovations at Anand Rathi. I don't want to dwell more on it. I am here for, in due course of time, we will definitely interact, but we are coming out with a digital platform whereby the account will be open, transfer can be done through LRS or digitally, trading can be done on the digital platform, on the mobile app also. We are coming out with that. But coming back to what retail investors will look at from the GIFT City. One is compliance. So all the products are regulated by IFC authority. Low transaction cost, because there are no STT, no CTT, or दूसरे जो charges रहते हैं बिल्कुल भी नहीं है. Profits are there. There's one more thing. Can you imagine? Dollar is at around 81 right now. 81.62 कल का था, and estimation is that it will go to 83, 84 also. But अगर एक साल पहले अगर मेरे पास में एप्पल के शेयर्स रहते जो 73 उस समय जो डॉलर था उस समय मिले रहते, आज मेरा डॉलर प्राइस इज अराउंड 82. So there is a USD or INR appreciation or depreciation also helps the residents to earn profit on this. So my point to all of you is that research related activities, research related advisory, leave it to the broking companies जिनको भी research advisory का license वगैरह मिला हुआ है. But don't ignore the GIFT City products. These are very beautiful products. US stocks is available. SGX Nifty धीरे धीरे retailers के लिए आने वाला है. Soon I'm sure IIBX will also launch some Digi Gold sort of things. I'm sure for NRIs also. And this product is basically for NRIs.
Just because you are there, so there is going to be, it is already there. We are going to very actively promote, and we have already spoken that outside India we are going to promote it. So there will be accumulation plan, monthly accumulation plan, digital gold. What you are saying, essentially bullion depository receipts which we have is nothing but digital gold. There is a one-to-one congruence with a bar to a BDR. So that means if you have a bullion depository receipt, you know there is a bar sitting in our vault. And for NRIs, PIOs, and the global investment community, many of these things, and Anand Rathi is taking lead in that, reaching out. Not only that, for the qualified jewelers in India, we are also going to launch gold metal loan products. It will all cut down the markups which are right now in the market. It will be all beneficial to everyone in the ecosystem. And country will also save a lot of forex in this whole endeavor. We are also, so the entities which are in IFSC, for them, we are going to launch a repo product against BDR. So
Yes.
you have surplus dollar, you can, and the BDR per se somebody has, they need dollar, so there is going to be a repo product for that. So number of things will come.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you
there are
for
so many
pointing out.
pros that are going to come. With this note, I just want to thank you, all of you, for this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Nitin. So from one Nitin to another Nitin, this time Mr. Shahi, sir, over to you.
Thank you, Ashok ji, and thank you, PhD Cci, Sabharwal ji, for inviting me for this, to be part of this August panel. Thank you very much, Ashok ji, for giving me chance. So we've been discussing, Sadhana ji gave a very interesting perspective, what would be 2047, and Nitin, my counterpart, also shared a lot of insights on the gift city, which are, well, he solved my purpose, and we are short of time. So one interesting aspect that every one of us missed when we started discussing this India as a global hub. So why we are talking this? This is one point that we should all understand as well. So why we are discussing this? Because like Sadhana ji said, that manufacturing, what to manufacture in 2047, we don't know this right now, but we can understand that there are a lot of financial services, financial activities that has to be done regarding whatever we produce. So for the sustainable growth, it is pertinent that we need to have these financial services hubs around us. That is one of the reasons. We discussed in the previous panel that India is right now the 5th, and by 2027, we dream of being the 4th economy in the world, beating Germany. So in case we want to do that, is manufacturing or agriculture the only way? So just to give a perspective around that, we have a contribution of 55% in GDP of service sector. And out of that, 25% of GDP is from financial sector. Less than 7 or 8% people across the population are working for this 25% of GDP generation. We hold around 7.19% of GDP across world, which eventually will increase. Obviously, the figures Dr. Ravi shared or DKG shared. So no point repeating all those figures, but these are the basic grounds wherein we are largest importers of so many things. We are largest consumers of so many things. We stand 6th in importing worldwide, and still we are price takers. So that is one of the important aspects to be thought of while discussing why we want to have a global financial hub and why we want to go across that. Why do we want to compete with already existing Dubai, Singapore, London, New York? So we are thinking to compete with all these economies, and for example, we are based out in Gujarat right now, in Gandhinagar, for the gift city, which we are mentioning, or the IIBX, or Government of India has already approved a 886 acre land bank for this. So what I want to say is, when we are into global, we want to make ourselves a global financial hub, we must understand why we are thinking like that. We are thinking like that because we want to support our economy by participating, and few products Nitin has already shared about Gift City. IIBX, Gautam ji is here. Why should I deal with that or dwell with that product right now? Because I can't beat him with the sort of knowledge he's got about IIBX. So I would rather think of the challenges
that we may face building this India a global financial hub. So one of the biggest challenge which I feel is would be talent pool. Remarkable projects Sadhana ji is taking around research. So, and I'm sure he must understand, he can rather guide us better how difficult it is to think of or do research. Bringing in products like research and Gift City and competing with people who are brilliant in this research would be a challenge. So I mean to say, sort of.
Nitin, I'll just add here for everyone that foreign universities have been now permitted. They will be outside the purview of the UGC if they come and set up their campus in UGC.
So this is the opportunity that I would have covered. So yes, foreign universities are coming. Arbitration centers, when I went to Gift City to understand the concept, I came to know arbitration centers are coming up in India. Foreign arbitration centers are coming up in India. So again, we don't have that talent pool. So for that, will have universities, foreign universities being established. And many universities I have come to know, they are like focusing on the Gift City or that special economic zone. So that becomes another opportunity. Our kids, the young generation, next generation would get an opportunity to understand or to learn different aspects. So when we say 2047, India at 2047, what India at 2047 would do? We are already serving. We are already serving a lot of things, a lot of financial services. Why these techies, they are giving a contribution of around 20% in the financial in the service segment out of 55%. So these techies guys, they are also small in numbers. We are already providing them a base for doing this. And when we talk of India-centric products, we have already set a stage. Sanjay Gakharji was sharing that around 2.5 lakh ton of commodities, metal-based commodities, have already been exchanged as a delivery in India. So when these things have already been done, why not IIBX will be accepted? For sure, it will be accepted. So there is in Gift City, we are trading a 50 share basket for US stocks. So these innovative products have already started coming in. And when we discuss all these products and the opportunity size that this financial global hub will bring in, so we should focus on this as a product, and this will definitely help in leveraging our GDPs, achieving those targets that DK Agarwal ji, Sanjeev Bhasin ji, Ravi ji has shared. So they will play actually a fantastic role when we consider India as a financial hub. This second challenge is the infrastructure that we have that can be built. Third challenge, what I feel is India's financial capital is Bombay, followed by Delhi. But Gujarat, once it is now approved as a Gift City, we will definitely have to leverage on that. We need to develop those infrastructures. We need to bring in those social structures there, schools and colleges. And when we understand that foreign universities are also coming, that will also help our purpose. So these would be the opportunities when we discuss about the financial India being a global financial hub. So with this, I would like to thank you everyone.
Thank you so much. And सबरवाल जी किधर चले गए? तो एक चीज मैं बोल देता हूँ, सबरवाल जी ने शुरू में ही मुझे बोल दिया था कि I am here because I am one of the sponsors, so I am not a good speaker. So, but all these four are amazing speakers, and please give a huge round of applause to Nitin Shahi, Vijay Sardana, Nitin D and Vineet. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Ashok Gautam ji, for taking this session. It's become sometimes very difficult when you are chairing a session and 4 speakers are all of different perspectives. One Nitin Dongre is though directly related to Vijay Sardana is all out of the world. Nitin Sahiji, I was thinking that he will spoke a little bit about the Indian and global market trading, which he did not, on which he is the expert, while Vineet is from the debt market. Before we give a token of presentation, I will just take 2 more minutes. I will, 2 senior people are there. The CPI president is here among us. I will request him to give the concluding remarks, and then another senior person, I will, Ashok Mittal ji is here, to whom I will request to give a formal vote of thanks. Mr. Narendra Madhav.
Thank you, Sabharwal ji. Good evening, everyone. Ashok Gautam ji, respected fellow members, and ladies and gentlemen, warm welcome to you all. On behalf of CPI and PhD, it's indeed a pleasure for me to make a concluding remarks and express gratitude to all those who have made this happen. Today's event was the development of economy and role of financial market 2047, and showcasing the opportunities in financial and commodities sphere and challenges thereon. A vibrant capital and commodity market attracts capital formation and capital inflows in markets and capital investment in economy, enabling growth of the economy. We have deliberated today different sessions how we can make markets more relevant for the Atmanirbhar India and do more financial inclusion, and also to make India as an important financial hub. I'll not take much of the time. I would like to thank everyone here who have participated today. On behalf of CPI, I once again thank PhD for making CPI as associate partner in this wonderful event. Speakers today had an excellent deliberation. As I was late, I came to know that opening session was also very good. Throwing great ideas and thoughts. It's always a delight to listen to all of you, all of them, especially Vijay Sardana ji's, Sanjeev Bhasin ji, DK ji and Sandeep Jain ji. And again, I was thrilled to hear Ankit Agarwal ji also from the Generation Next. I created Generation Next when I was in NME, and these next generation people are coming up really well. I'm really glad to know that. Thank you everyone once again for participating. And okay, thank you very much.
I will just give 1 minute to my one very dear colleague, Mr. Ashok Mittal ji.
Hi everyone. This is a formal vote of thanks because you people have really been here. So सबसे पहले I want to say, जो इन्होंने 3 बार बोला कि I apologize, जो सबसे बड़ा ज्ञान दुनिया का हुआ आज तक कौन सा था? महाभारत में गीता का ज्ञान, उसमें श्रोता एक ही था. So it never matters कि how many people are sitting here, I think. So it matters that what they said, what we listen to, and जो किशन ने सुना वैसा हमने सुना. जैसा किशन ने बोला इन्होंने बोला, जो अर्जुन ने सुना वैसा हमने सुना. I would like to really now thank सबसे पहले PhD Chamber of Commerce for organizing this event, because it is necessary after COVID call to people to meet formally, face to face, see them, meet them, and exchange views, gain knowledge. And I would also like to thank for and on behalf of PhD Chamber of Commerce for all the sponsors who really sponsored the program, which could make it possible for all the full officers to sit here, listen to these speakers. And of course, to thank all the speakers who came from various places. दूर दूर से आना भी आजकल बहुत मुश्किल काम है, So we want to thank all of them who came here, all the sessions which we attended. While we discussed lot of matters, especially related to 2047, एक छोटा सा मुद्दा जो मैं पिछले 15 साल से सुनता आ रहा हूँ, इस बार I was missing it. So I thought we should talk little bit about that, maybe 2-3 लाइनें. We spoke a lot about डब्बा ट्रेडिंग. वो 15 साल से बंद हुआ नहीं है. Somewhere actually वो फर्स्ट सेशन जहाँ पे एक्सचेंजेस और सेबी थे वहां पे I wanted to speak about this. वो बंद हुआ नहीं है. Somewhere एक बड़ी लाइन खींचने की जरूरत है. Means if the formal set of trading investment increases, that line will become smaller. ऐसे ही एक छोटा सा एक लाइन एक वर्ड मैंने सुना इनसे, इन्वेस्टमेंट एडवाइजर का काम उन पे छोड़ दीजिए. आपको पता है कितने रजिस्टर्ड इन्वेस्टमेंट एडवाइजर हैं, रिसर्च एनालिस्ट एंड इन्वेस्टमेंट एडवाइजर ऑन सेबी? 1368 है सिर्फ ही, 1368 ओनली. और डीमैट अकाउंट है 10 करोड़. 5 लाख से ज्यादा लोग डेली ट्रेडिंग करते हैं. तो उनको टिप्स कहां से मिलती है? वो डब्बा ट्रेडिंग वालों से, इलीगल लोगों से. It is necessary that when we look at 2047, when we look at a vibrant stock market, हम सबको, चाहे हम स्टॉक ब्रोकिंग में हैं, चाहे रेगुलेटर हैं, चाहे सेबी हैं, चाहे एक्सचेंजेस हैं, we need to promote the formal method of advising. We need to promote not just broking, but to take advice from experts. जैसे हमने आज इन लोगों को सुना, सारे लोग तो नहीं सुन सकते, 10 करोड़ लोग तो नहीं सुन सकते. So somewhere it is necessary that when we talk to people, we say them, please take advice from SEBI registered investment advisors and research analysts. Thank you, everyone. Thanks a lot.
As a token of remembrance, we will give some small memento. I request GP Madanji, the executive committee member of PhD Chamber, and the past chairman of the Institute of Company Secretary and now a very senior lawyer, to present it to the chairman of the session, Mr. Ashok Gautam. ये मदान साहब कुछ काम आगे आपके आ सकते हैं, वो कभी बाद में आपसे बात करूंगा. तो मुझे लगा कि मैं एक ऐसे आदमी से I will request now a very senior banker who is among us, retired from the Bank of Baroda, Mr. Ashok Gupta ji, to present it to Mr. Vijay Sardana, the another veteran of the industry. I will request Mr. S.K. Narang to present it to Mr. Nitin Dongre. He is a senior citizen. एक आध मिनट लगेगा आपको पहुंचने, but a very veteran of our industry. I will request the Chief Operating Officer of CPAI, Mr. Rajesh Narula, to present it to Mr. Nitin Sahi. I will request CMA Sandeep Kumar ji to present it to Mr. Vineet Nata. Though formally to invite you for the dinners, I am requesting the man behind this show, the Assistant Secretary General of the PhD, Mr. Mohit, to come to formally request you for this.
थैंक यू सो मच सबरवाल साहब. आपने पहला पार्ट गलत बोला, दूसरा ठीक बोला. हाउ कैन आई बी बिहाइंड द शो? मैं यही बोलने आया था. आई एम सो टू एक्सप्रेस माय ग्रेटिट्यूड टू यू. अगर आप आज नहीं होते तो आज हमारा ये इवेंट नहीं होता. Ladies and gentlemen, can I request you to have a huge round of applause for Mr. D.K. Sabharwal. It is only with his support and guidance that we are all here today. And I would definitely look forward to his continued guidance and support so that we do our, even programs even at a much larger scale than what we have been able to do this year. But at the same time, my gratitude to Sabharwal Saab, and I would extend my invitation to all of you to please join us for dinner. Thank you so much.
Sir, the fact remains, which he very rightly said to me about 1 hour back, had we have done this program on 17th itself, we postponed it because MOS Finance was not there and MOS Finance could not come today. But because that was a Saturday and today he said it's a Tuesday, Navaratras have started, and then for the MSMEs, the AGMs are taking place, and that was probably in my 12 years of financial sector public career, this was the function which had the least attendance. I apologize you for that also. Chali, I for good photographs. मुझे तो ये डर लग रहा था आगे से कभी अशोक गौतम जी या संदीप भसीन जी को भी बुला पाऊंगा कि नहीं बुला पाऊंगा. विजय सरदाना जी 8 साल से आ रहे हैं. आज के अटेंडेंस के बाद पता नहीं कल को आएंगे कि नहीं.
Thank you, sir.